So you're, again, for the audience, your opening batsmen are
Miles Cantalina, who will take the strike.
The umpire said to change the clock because it's fast or something.
give it a go.
Well, good afternoon. We have just made a start. Frocester are in the field, Bristol Cricket Club are batting. Ryan Kilminster has opened the bowling for Frocester. Miles Cantalina is on strike. Nick Halstead-Cleek off strike.
Thank you for that. And I can't get any better than that.
So we have 3 dot balls to start this over from Kilminster. Coming in from the road end on this glorious day at Frocester. Tight over so far as Cantalina works out what Kilminster is doing with the ball. Lovely defensive stroke there from Cantalina, very classical batsman. and Cantilina's off the mark with an edge. 1 run for Cantilina.
Fielded by a winner.
And that's the end of the first over.
Right. For some reason it's not ball capturing, so I'm just going to turn that off. The ball has been found. Right, if anyone's listening and they could send me a message just to let me know whether actually the microphone is working. We've had it turned off for a while. Anyway, Wimmer Pereira comes back in from the field end. It played out to Das and James Austin, who fields the ball. And we had an interesting moment a while back, which you might want to go back and watch, where there was a 6 hit and it nearly hit the AO van, I think.
It was very close. We enjoyed watching the replay of that. And a dot ball for Lakhani as the over continues.
Just got a thing on my watch. Jimmy Anderson to retire from Test cricket. Set to retire from Test cricket this summer at Lord's.
Well, a fantastic servant to the English game over really almost 2 decades now.
2 centuries.
2 centuries. It feels like that, doesn't it? Debut in 2003, if memory serves, and wicket after wicket ever since. Back here at Frocester, that's a dot ball for Lakhani. The question is, though, is anybody hearing our commentary?
Yeah. I'm not sure whether or not you can send me messages on that, but anyway. I was there to see Jimmy Anderson's 700th wicket out in Darashama, which was one of the only highlights for England in India. They were superb. That's another dot ball. Now, can Wimmer close out the over?
It would be the first maiden of the match if he were to.
But the commentator's curse may have just be about to hit him. It did the other day, where I was being asked what I thought the score might be, and I go, something, as long as there isn't a... and as I said wicket, the bails came flying off. And it's a wide. It's a wide.
And that takes the score on to 40.
9 overs gone, with hopefully one more legal delivery in this over.
Bristol, of course, would take as many illegal deliveries as you like.
I'm sure.
You see, you get all the analysis from the scorers here. You know, scorers, and whilst they're match officials, they're also associated with their team, so they will be partial.
Oh, and that's taken, beautifully taken. Caught by Arnold, the keeper. Hopefully the replay will be coming very shortly, and that is the end of the over. So actually that illegal ball has benefited Frocester.
So we await the new bat.
And if I was doing this in a school book, I'd be really busy. But because I'm doing it on the computer, I'm not, and I've got time to chat away for a bit more.
Excellent. Well, I am eagerly anticipating whether we are following the batting order or whether things have been changed up. So, and the new bat is Curtis Heafy.
Curtis Heafy.
And if we remain live, Curtis is Bristol's overseas player from New Zealand. Definitely a rising star. And we will see what he can do today.
Do we know whereabouts in New Zealand? No, we don't. We might get an interview from him later, maybe when he's...
Absolutely. Now, again, fortunately, owing to the wonders of modern technology, we can give you a little bit of information. So Curtis George Heafy, born 28th of July 2003. He is a right-hand bat. He also is a keeper, but he probably won't be keeping for Bristol today. His team in New Zealand is Central Districts.
Ah, there we go. Ooh. And that's played out to Das, it off in the covers probably, for no run. And you see, we might sound good, but having heard how the bearded wonder it was, who used to be able to do it without the computer, and a lovely shot through, it goes for 4.
Nice hit from Halstead Cleek. So Heafy was the top scorer in Bristol's rain-affected game last weekend at home to Potton. Scored 31, very much anchored the innings, only 118 scored, rain-affected game of 27 overs. And last weekend Potton set off quite well, 50 partnership, but were bowled out for 104, so a narrow win for Bristol. And we have a pre-signal from the umpire, and we're going to have our first leg bye of the game.
I will try and keep you posted on agricultural machinery that might be going past from the road end, but haven't seen much this morning. Sunny daylight today. Ooh. Oh, and that is a wicket. I'm not sure whether it was caught or LBW, I think. We will put it down as a caught, and it was Harry Senior, I think. But we will check with the umpires. I think they're discussing whether it was caught. And that was LBW. Do we know who's going in?
Yes, it's Louis Shaw is the new bat, the captain of Bristol.
You alright there, bro? What are you doing? He spotted me when I came out. Shush! I'll come and grab you at the end of the over.
Well, commentator's curse struck there with Heafy's first ball dismissal. And Shaw is off the mark immediately with 4 runs.
Shut up, bro.
And that's definitely one for the commentary.
So, stop. Yes. Right, I'm just going to go and grab Bruce. You don't mind scoring for me for a minute?
No, not at all. All good.
I thought they'd done up for an LBW appeal because it seemed to hit the pad. Must have been bat and pad.
Well, it was. We checked with the umpires. It was given out LB.
It was given out
Yeah.
LB. Oh right.
Yeah.
It's LBW.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah. Oops,
Yeah.
sorry.
So,
Go on, get in your box.
right, you haven't missed anything.
Nope, I didn't think so. Wimmer takes a little while.
replays up when the wicket goes down.
They're on the live stream. I'm not quite sure whether I can get it to go on. What I could do is put the live stream on that one,
Oh, I see.
which is the one by the bar.
Ah, right, yeah.
So I can try that. I'll do that.
It's all this complications of streaming.
Put that over here. That'll
Wide
be a
ball.
wide ball. You see. Right, hang on. I might just turn the microphone off for a minute.
So we've got a change of bowling now from Poulter's End, and Wimmer Pereira's finished his spell, 2 for 28 of 6 overs, and now we have Islam Nabi, who's coming in. Shaw is on strike. Bristol seeking to rebuild the innings a touch after the quick-fire departures of Lakhani and then Heafy. Seen some interesting stroke play from both Shaw and Halstead-Cleek so far, and we will see how this latest battle pans out. We do now have the dog in the scorebox, so any barking we apologise for in advance, viewers.
Bruce won't bark.
Well, I think we probably need to train Bruce a bit then, you know, bark for a wicket or a 4 or something. You know, you get the graphics on screen, why not have some audio? Rather than the scorers whittering on.
Well, we could always have a scorebox cam. That's the next one. For the action happening in the scorebox. We haven't had many guests in so far today.
Well, I think that we also need to start a score chart of the best scoring facilities in WEPL Premier 1. And I think at the moment Frocester is definitely pretty high up on the list. I don't know about you, I'm quite fond of the box at Bath.
I've never done the box at Bath.
Yeah?
Andrew's done that one. But I look forward to it.
Absolutely, they've got some good equipment down there. And in my debut season in Premier 1, we will see what else we have to offer. At Bristol, the facilities are straightforward, and we are looking to improve upon them. We are live streaming this year, which is good for our home games. We're still learning about that, but we do not have the 3-camera setup as Frocester has here. Overhead, I can hear a helicopter. And that's a 1 run for Louis Shaw. And the helicopter passes over the ground. We don't have a camera on it, dear viewers.
But it is a single squirrel.
So, 5 deliveries in this over so far, 1 legal delivery awaited. And a dot ball at the end of the over, 1 from the over. And that moves us on, 14 now completed. Bristol's score is 60 for 3. Run rate, a touch over 4 and over. 12 deliveries faced for Shaw for his 9, 29 for Halstead-Cleek. Naish coming back on, he is on 1 for 22 off 5. Nabi, just the 1 run from his 1 over. Commentators are now going to take a break.
So change of bowling at the road end. Richie Cave is coming on. Tries to retire every year. Not allowed to.
He replaces Will Naish, who ends his 6-over spell with 1 for 28.
Is this our new Ugandan guy?
Yeah.
Wicket, is it? Okay.
It is Arnold. He's taken 2
2
catches.
catches so
Yeah.
far.
Both of Wimmer. Which,
Good. That's nice.
And both of them were good catches.
yeah.
This isn't Wimmer's debut, is it? That was last week.
No, he played last week down at Bedminster.
Bedminster.
It's a remarkable length of time for him to wait for his debut.
Bit of a misfield there. They run on the misfield and they get through for the single.
1 run for sure. Usual motivational clapping in the field.
Still waiting for some agricultural machinery to come past. Ooh, that was a play and a miss.
Well, I want to see if the AO van wants to come by again.
Yeah. Receive another ball. Open reach with ladders on the top. That would take the ball with it. I have been training Bruce for ball collection, but I can't do it at the road end.
No, canine safety must come first. Very important.
And the stands are starting to fill up a bit. The cottage stand is got a few down there.
Well, I can think of worse places to be on a quite sunny Saturday in May in England. One ball to come in this over, or 1 legal delivery expected.
Nicely played out to Das.
And that's the end of the over. 1 run from it, from Cave's first of the innings. After his wicket maiden, Islam Nabi expected to return. Bristol in a further rebuild phase. 67 for 4 from 17. Plenty of time left in the match. 33 overs to come. And often in league cricket, first job is to bat them out. Shaw is on strike. And a solid first delivery. Good bit of cricket.
And at Langford, if you haven't been following it, Frocester are 79 for 3 after 23 overs. And that's nicely played by Shaw.
2 for Shaw. Down to deep extra cover. Going around the grounds in Premier 1, Bishopston have started well against Taunton St Andrews. Bishopston are 97 without loss from 17. In the Bridgewater fixture, Lansdowne are 53 without loss after 18, so slightly slow going at the Parks. Potton have been lively, 127 for 3 from 19 against Bedminster. And Bath are 109 for 2 against Burbage. And here we have Shaw coming back for a second run.
The ball just dropping short of, I think it's Wilmesh.
So 4 balls from this over, 4 runs scored, 2 to come.
Paid out to point again for no run, fielded by Will.
And a dot ball to close out the over. So 4 from the over. Bristol move on to 71 for 4 from 18. So the run rate is just a fraction below 4 and over. Very much in a rebuild phase, as we can see from the worm that we've just put up on the screen. For those interested, Bristol's second 11 back at Fayland. They have moved on to 88 for 2 from 15 against Old Bristolian Westbury's. So a solid start there. Innings being anchored very much by Shazal Mustafa, who is 43 not out from 39 balls for those interested. Mustafa and Fisher currently in. Back here at Pans Close, second delivery of the latest over from Cave. 2 dots so far.
Loud appeal. No reaction.
Got a little more overcast, a bit more cloud cover compared with an hour ago. Don't know if that's helping the bowlers a little.
Well, paddled round the corner for 1 run.
And that's Ellison off the mark.
And Frocester in the 2s game at Langford. Biscuit, I don't want to jinx him, but he's on 41 of 75 balls, having made up most of that score. Ben Spivey got 26 of 38. And another dot ball here. Richie Cave being as tight as usual.
And that's 1 run for Shaw.
Fielded by James Austin. and that'll be the end of the over again. Another one ticks by, 19 gone.
The score is 73 for 4. Shaw is on 20 from 27 balls. Ellison 1 from 13. And Islam Nabi Ahmedzai is continuing from Poultice End. Shaw
That's
has
tickled.
hit 4 runs around the corner. Takes him on to 24. And he is now the top scorer of the innings. From 28 deliveries. 4 fours, no sixes, strike rate of 85.7. Away from the cricket, it is Eurovision Song Contest final day, where the big scandal is that the Netherlands will not be participating this evening, following an allegation made against the Netherlands performer. I think it has been quite tense over in Malmö in Sweden, with some protests about the ongoing participation of Israel. Fortunately, we don't have to worry about such things here at Pounds Close. A large bee is trying to enter the scorer's domain. Good to
Being
see
the bumbly type.
good to see the wildlife, but not required to make us buzz, and we don't need any more stings. And my attempts at puns are falling flat.
Ooh.
Four deliveries so far in this over, 4 runs scored. Ahmedzai on 1 for 9 from his 3.4 overs. One delivery to come this over. And that's 1 for Shaw, out to a deep mid-on position. That's the end of the over, 5 from it. Takes Ahmedzai onto 1 for 10 from 4 overs. Richie Cave looking to come to bowl the 21st over, so we've had 20 overs now.
Yeah.
So Bristol 78 for 4, run rate of 3.9. Shaw is top scorer, leading the way as captain, 25 from 33 balls. Ellison 1 from 13. And a dot ball to start over number 21.
2.
2 for sure, and the fielder had a bit of a wardrobe malfunction. Might want to catch that online live streams. So.
On.
And welcome back, everybody. Your scorers have had their drinks break, although actually they're also now having their sweet break as well. The Tang Fastics are out. Nice bit of Haribo. And we've got some Roundtree's pick and mix if we get through all of that. So we're now going to be on a sugar high whilst we watch Richie Cave come into bowl his 6th over of the day. And that's a solid dot ball for Jack Ellison to start. So score on the board is 105 for 4 from just over 26 overs, so it's a solid run rate of 4 and over. Shaw is leading the innings on 39 from 54 balls. Ellison is 9 from 29. Cave is on 0 for 8, Kilmister is on 0 for 16, Cave is in his 6th over, Kilmister has bowled 4 so far. So, finally poised. However, this is now a reasonable partnership for Bristol. This will be scorer's curse. We are on a partnership now of 39 between these two since the last wicket. So there is some evidence of a bit of a rebuild from Bristol. The sun is shining once more. And we will continue to see Cave at the 3rd ball of this over, and a bit of a sweep from Ellison round the corner, just the 1 run down to deep backward square leg.
I've also added some mints to the
Well,
sweet selection. Bruce has had 2 chews so far.
and we've got some kind of white van going down the road with some yellow lights on, but unbranded, so we don't know what's going on there. And a dot ball there for Shaw. 2 to come in this over. Tight economy from Cave, just 1.6 runs per over. Definitely holding an end up. And that's 1 run for Louis Shaw out to deep point.
Fielded by James Austin.
There's double act going on here, Slim, don't you think?
As long as mine's only a little bit of the double act, that's fine.
Well, I am not in any way, if I'm talking too much, then you just tell me to shut up, and I'm sure that our viewers, as we're now down to only 14 according to your statistics, are obviously voting with their feet.
Played round
And that's played slightly around the corner, coming back for the 2nd, well run from Ellison out to deep backwards square leg, 2 runs. And that concludes that over, where we've had 4 runs from it. Takes the score onto 109 for 4 from 27 overs, so we're bang on 4 and over for run rate. Shaw is on 40 from 56, Ellison 12 from 32. Kilmister is coming on for his 5th over. Shaw is on strike, Kilmister is starting to run it. And that's 1 run for Louis Shaw.
fielded by Nabby.
Or, if you prefer it, Islam Nabi Ahmed Sai.
Ooh. That definitely beats him.
Absolutely. We're going to have a replay on that one or no?
Oh, I could-
Well, I don't mind.
I'm not sure whether
No,
I've got time
no,
with
we haven't.
Ryan.
That's the trouble with Kilmister. He does get through his overs. Very good for over rates. That's 1 run just out to square leg for Ellison. Seems to be liking runs out to square leg as Ellison and deep backward square. Pushing it round, keeping the strike rotating, keeping the run rate up, and then
Charge. It's in the air. It's in the air, and it drops safely just in front of Harry Senior, and they come through for a single.
so that is what we could describe as a busy 1 for sure.
Went quite high, I think, there. Swept, and he's been given LBW. Okay. LBW.
certainly a look of surprise on Ellison's face about that decision. Be interesting to see the replay on that one. Coming up right now. Well, it was in line for sure.
Yeah.
Whether there was any bat on it would be up to the umpire to determine.
And the umpire's head was very strategically placed there.
So the score is now 112 for 5. That good partnership for Bristol is over. We have the new bat coming in, and we are expecting this to be Rishi Panchal as the new bat.
So that has broken that partnership.
Decent partnership, 46, 44, 44, 46? Who's it?
Somewhere there.
Something like that. 46, I
40,
reckon it was.
76 balls, 46 runs. 28 to Shaw, 13 to Ellison.
Still a long time left in this innings, Slim.
There are. Is.
You don't want to be not batting through.
No.
So there's no need for
But Shaw's there.
fireworks.
Shaw's still there and looking reasonably comfortable.
Although in that last over, that one that went high, the
Yeah.
busy one as I described it. Anyway, that's the end of the over, and Kilmister gets the breakthrough. 3 runs from it, but 1 wicket as well. His figure's now 1 for 19 from 5, so as economical as ever. Scored 112 for 5, Shaw at 42 from 58 balls. Panchal not yet off the mark from his sole 1 delivery. In terms of bowling from the road end, Mr. Cave continues. He's on 0 for 12 from 6, so very economical, just 2 runs per over. Shaw is on strike, Cave is running in. And that is a solid dot.
That's what Richie Cave is known for.
Solid dots.
Solid dots. And when he can get it moving, then he gets the wickets. Ah. And Eddie Cave has just turned up, being Richie's nephew.
Well, it's certainly a glorious day to come and watch cricket in May in the great British countryside. The leaves are coming out into full leaf, the sun is shining through. Glorious setting here at Pounds Close, Frocester. And whilst we do very much love, as all of our participants on the live stream, you are very welcome to come and watch the game in person if you can. And that's a dot ball for Louis Shaw.
And anyone who would like to have a go at commentary is also welcome to come and join us.
Well, in case our dear listeners had not noticed, you wouldn't exactly give me a broadcasting award, I don't think so.
Oh, I think I would.
As we witter on about God knows what. You see, when I started this, and I don't know if this is the same for you, Slim, you know, back in 35 seasons ago, when I started scoring, is it 35, 32? Oh, I don't know. It's a lot. 35 actually. This is my 35th season of scoring. I was 11 years old when I started. I had a scorebook and a pencil. That's all I had.
That's a beautiful shot, straight
And
back
that is
down
an
the ground.
absolute glorious shot from Louis Shaw for 4 runs. Takes him on 46.
Does.
No, well, glad we're in agreement.
It does. I was getting overexcited there, thinking it might have brought up his 50.
No, alas. 46 from 63, very much the anchor of this innings now.
Anyway, back to the pencil and paper, or pen and paper.
Well, absolutely. So I did it that way for a few seasons, and then I moved on to the coloured pens. And of course, then your biggest worry about a coloured pen was if you were sat outside and it rained, and then everything would run. And of course, then, you know, and if you made a mistake or you didn't have another scorer with you, and then you'd have to tip-X things out if you got it wrong. And of course, then you're doing hand-drawn wagon wheels. Can you believe that? And still, you know, hand calculating averages through the season and sort of posting them in handwriting. And that's a dot for Panchal to start this next over from Kilmister, coming up from the Poulter's end. And that's another dot for Panchal from Kilmister. Anyway, then I suppose ultimately the computer came. And first off, I started on the iPad, not using PCS, but using Total Cricket Scorer, which I have to say at the time, and that is 1 run for Panchal, I preferred to PCS. But then PCS got better and everything was going to play cricket, and so if you wanted your live scoring, there you were. And now, we're not just doing it on the computer for everyone's benefit, we're streaming it, and we're film producers as well.
And commentators.
And commentators as well. Who knew? Who knew? You know, this was in the job description. I should put my fee up, shouldn't I?
Fee?
Well, I was going to say fee. What fee? I was going to say I think I pay to be here. Bearing in mind it's my business that's a Bristol shirt sponsor. But anyway, so that's a shout out for Positive Wealth Creation Limited. Charge.
I think there needs to be a little bit more plugging. This isn't the BBC.
Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I'm on Froster's live stream today, so I don't want to conflict with any of your sponsors. When it's my live stream at Bristol, not that we've got a microphone yet. We see. Anyway, that's the end of Kilmister's over. It was just 1 run from it in the end. So it's 117 for 5 from 30 overs. So 20 overs to come. Run rates dipped. Kilmister and Cave are really tightening things up. So 20 overs to come. If this run rate were to continue, Bristol would be struggling towards 200, but wickets down at 5. You know, you've got to keep wickets in hand, and you've got to bat out the time. So Panchal is going to face Cave, who will be storming in from the road end as we get going with over number 31.
Ooh.
And that is 1 run at least for Panchal. They're looking for the second, they're coming back for the second, and that's 2 runs for Panchal.
Fielded by Nabby on the boundary. And Richie Cave, known locally as Nasher.
Right. Grinds his teeth, does he?
No, I think it might have been cartoon character. Or,
Fair enough.
Or comic book, is it?
Well, dot ball for Panchal.
Yeah, we're hovering on the 14 viewers, so no one's rung up anyone and told them to dial in yet.
I just think it is a great piece of kit for clubs to have the potential to widen their reach. And it's not just to other people, it's within the club, because you focus when you've got multiple games ongoing at the same time. You know, if you're sat, as our seconds may be back at home and they want to have a dip into what's going on with the ones, and then they can have a look at what's going on. And similarly, when they're away and we're live streaming, at the moment it is only the first 11 games that we're live streaming at Bristol, because we are relatively new. Well, I say relatively new to it. We are new to it. And of course, there is another benefit of play cricket generally and all this live uploading, is that you don't get people coming up to the scorer at inopportune moments to ask what the score is. I mean, I love people coming and seeing us, because otherwise, if we don't talk to one another like this, then it can be quite a lonely day. But the fact that when a wicket's just fallen down and you're trying to make sure everything's up to date and, oh, who took that catch? Well, look on play cricket. And yes, I have said that out loud in the commentary, but yeah, people are welcome to come to talk to us at our convenience, not theirs. And that is a lovely shot for Panchal, but there is a fielder out there who has fielded the ball very nicely. Good teamwork there from Frocester, 2 runs for Panchal. To deep back with the square leg. And that's the end of the over. 4 runs from it. Takes the score now on to 121 for 5 from 31, so the run rate is just under 4 and over. Kilmister has given his cap to the umpire, so we're going to have another one of Kilmister's overs. This will be his 7th over. His figures are 1 for 20. Shaw will be on strike. He is on 46 from 67 balls. Panchal is on 5 from 10. And that's a forward defensive stroke for Shaw, dot ball. And Shaw has pushed that away to cover for 1. And that's a dot ball for Panchal. He was getting quite excited with a slight charge down the wicket, but he bailed out of it and managed not to. Well, my producer here is pointing the microphone at me and moving the sweets. Now I think this is, I don't know. He obviously thinks I don't need any more sugar. Or either thinks I'm wittering so much rubbish he doesn't want to be associated with the commentary anymore. Oh well, it's fun, and that's round the corner for Panchal, fielded at short fine leg for 1 run. Takes Panchal on to 6, but Shaw back on strike. And last ball of the over,
nice
Shaw hit
swept.
that is 4 runs, and that brings up his 50.
Very nearly got some little caves.
So Shaw hits 51, and from 70 balls in 75 minutes with 8 4, that makes his strike rate 73. Decent knock from Bristol's skipper. And that is also the end of the over. So 6 runs from it. Aside from the second over of Kilmister's spell, where he's hit for the glorious 6, which almost hit the AO van by Halstead Cleat. That's his most expensive over. Kilmister's on 1 for 26. Cave continues from the top end, his 9th over. And that's a dot ball for Panchal to start it. Good innings there from Shaw. Very much anchoring Bristol's resistance against Froster's ongoing bowling. Still just under 18 overs to come in this inning, so plenty of time in the game. And another solid defensive stroke there for Panchal for nothing. Cave only has now 10 legal deliveries left in his spell as a maximum. 10 overs, the maximum per bowler in a full WEPL game. At the moment, he is the only bowler who has not had a break.
And that is a wicket.
That's Panchal out.
Caught by the keeper again.
So that's the 3rd catch of the day for Arnold, isn't it?
It is.
So another wicket falls, the end of another partnership.
And it has been a very good spell by Richie Cave. Keeping it very tight, bowling slightly wide this time and making the batsman overstretch, and it paid off. And coming out to bat is
Archie Fellows. Fellow's first game for Bristol this season. Coming in to replace Mustafa, compared with who was in last week's team. He's batting for the seconds today.
You do get the acoustics from the changing room upstairs occasionally down here.
Well, it's a great facility you have here at Frocester. Apart from that, and also this wonderful ramp which we see people traversing up into the pavilion from time to time. And it is quite steep. I'm not quite sure how that one got through building regs, but there we are. Perhaps it was flood risk mitigation or something. So, Cave comes in fresh from his wicket, and that's a dot ball.
And the bow falls off, but nothing to do with his ball.
So, I think Cave bowled a good spell, 1 for 20 off 8.4, tight. Definitely making the bat think about it. He's got the best economy rate of all of Froster's bowlers today. And there's one more legal delivery expected in this over, when we will have completed 33 overs of today's allotted 50. The key thing for Bristol now will be to ensure they bat for the full 50. And that is a dot ball to complete the over, and that is Richie Cave's 9th over completed.
Wicket maiden.
Second one of those in the game, I think, Sim.
It is.
And 1 for 20 from 9, tight economical figures from Cave. From the Poulter's end, Kilmister has the ball in his hand and is ready to go. Shaw is on strike. Both Kilmister and Shaw have one thing in common, and that is not their love of cricket, it is that they both attended Clifton College. And that's a dot ball to start the over for Shaw. Commentator's disclosure, he also attended Clifton College, that's how he knows these things. And that's 1 for Shaw. Maybe no, we're just going to go for the 1. And thank you to the Bristol players for not obstructing our sight. Thank you, guys. Kilmister comes on, and that is a dot for Fellows, his first delivery from Kilmister duly navigated. And that is round the corner. And good bit of cricket all around there. Fellows gets off the mark, he's hit that round to long leg for 1 run. Putting Shaw back on strike. And so the final delivery of this over. And Shaw has hit that for 1, out to extra cover, and that completes the over. So 34 overs now completed, 3 runs from that one, takes Bristol on to 130 for 6. Run rate just a touch below 4. If this rate were to be continued for the next 16 overs, Bristol would get to around 190. However, there is a balance to be struck between getting some more runs on the board and maintaining wickets when you still have 16 overs left in the innings. So, Shaw continues, and this is Cave's final over. And it starts with a dot ball. Shaw has now faced 75 deliveries for his 53. And that's a very solid dot for Shaw for his 76th delivery of the innings. And so far, Shaw has had 50 dot balls, 15 ones, 3 twos and 8 fours for his innings, no sixes. An offside dominated innings. And that's one more, down to third man for Shaw. Just 3 balls remain in Cave's spell. His figures at the moment 1 for 21, runs per over 2.2. Very economical, very tight. Let's see what happens for the remainder of this over.
Well,
And that's a wide ball, and that is actually the first extra for Cave. Whether he's not so fond of facing the left-handed fellows, or whether he's getting a bit tired, or whether it just came out of his hand wrong, who knows, but it's not going to adversely affect his figures too much. And that's a dot ball. In league cricket, extras are very expensive.
last week, Frocester had numerous. This week we've been somewhat better so far.
Well, in our tight game last weekend, Slim, against Potter, where we only ran by 14 runs, there were 12 wides.
Ah.
That Potter bowled us 12 wides.
Yeah.
So, and that's a dot ball, and we've got one to come of Cave's spell. I always think 5 wides is just the absolute most awful delivery if you're a fielding team. It is just such a waste.
Nice shot.
And that's 4 runs for Fellows. So that does put a dent in the spell of Cave, who finishes with 1 for 26 from his 10 overs, so 2.6 runs per over. Tight spell, notwithstanding that very large delivery. Takes Bristol on to 136 for 6 from 35 overs. Cave finishes with 1 for 25. Kilmister is on 1 for 29 from 8. Shaw is on 54 from 77 balls, and Fellows 5 from 8. Kilmister starts his 9th over. And that's a dot ball.
And Pistol Pete has arrived on his bicycle. I'm sure he will come and give us his learned opinion on the game.
And that was an interesting
leave
from Shaw. Do check that out on the live stream if you're not haven't already seen it. And that's 1 for Shaw. Just out of bowler. This is Das, and the first run has just been scored from him for Louis Shaw, who goes on to 56. Cave has finished his spell with 1 for 26. Kilmister's over took him to 1 for 30 from his 9, so he's got 1 more over to come.
Sorry about the break in the feed. I had a critical error on my computer. That's now resolved.
But the good news is teamwork makes the dream work, and we've had no issues in making sure that the game continues to be scored accurately and effectively. I I do wonder though, Stim, I don't know about you, that there'll be a time when there is a technological error where we literally have to go out onto the pitch and say, you've got to stop the game, it's all gone wrong.
I have done that before, but only when I've been scoring on my own.
Well, I think that's reasonable. I don't know if you agree with me, but Shaw has come charging down, but he's quite rapid between the wickets and he made his ground back promptly. I don't even think it would have been too difficult had he been a direct hit. Anyway, that's just one from the over, so that completes over number 37. So there are 13 overs still to come. Bristol are on 138 for 6. Shaw is on 56 from 83 balls. Fellows on 5 for 14. The partnership is 11. If Bristol continue at this run rate, they'll get to 186. Still plenty of time in the game. Kilmister is about to start his final over of the game. Shaw is on strike, and that ball has just hit the umpire's leg slightly. So that is 1 run for Shaw via the umpire's leg.
Was there a chance for caught and bowled there?
I didn't see it, Sim. I didn't see it, but viewers can have a look at the live stream and make their own judgment, because thanks to your wonderful camera setup here at Frocester, you have lots of good visibility of what's going on. And that's a dot ball faced by Fellows. Plenty of spectators enjoying the day here at Pounds Close. And that's one run for Fellows. Down to mid-off. Takes the score on to 140.
Almost time to request a beer over the reverse sweep. I think that.
Now, if that's given as a run, there is a pre-signal. There is a pre-signal, so that's been given as a leg bye. Sure,
reverse sweep.
Reverse sweep that, and I don't know. I think with a bowler of Kilmister's calibre, you've got to be a bit careful with that type of shot.
Oof.
But I'm just a scorer.
That's a wide ball.
I know nothing of cricket. Wide ball. And that's Kilmister's first wide of the innings in his 10th over. A bit like Cave. And so Kilmister is about to deliver the final ball of his spell. Figures of 1 for 33. And that's 1 run for Fellows. Down to mid-on, and so that completes the 38th over and completes Kilmister's spell. Bristol move on to 143 for 6. Shaw is on 57 from 85. Fellows 7 from 18. Kilmister's final figures 1 for 34 from 10. Das continues from the road end. Just 1 run from his 1 over. And that's a dot ball for Fellows to start the 39th over. And that was an interesting shot. In Eurovision news, I am now getting WhatsApps about what's going on in Eurovision. It's quite difficult to commentate on a cricket game and commentate on Eurovision at the same time.
You never disclosed what the Danish or Dutch or whoever it was.
So that is going to be 4 runs for Fellows. So Fellows push that away down all the way to sort of 3rd man area for 4 runs.
Now being found under the covers.
Which gives us a minute. So there's been an allegation made against the Dutch participant Joost Klein of some kind of altercation with a member of the production crew, allegedly. So that is why the EBU, because it is an active investigation and it's effectively a workplace dispute of violence, effectively.
Oh, right.
That's why it has been decided that he should not take part in tonight's show. And for those of you who are not familiar with Eurovision, I'm sure our 9 listeners probably do not want to know anything about Eurovision. Eurovision voting is split between the public vote, which takes place during tonight's show, and the jury vote, which takes place on Friday night. And that is the end of the over. Eurovision to be continued. That takes Bristol on to 147 for 6. There were 4 runs from that over from Das. And we will now have a new bowler, and this to me looks like it might be Islam Nabi coming back on.
Nabi coming back on.
Thank you. So Islam Nabi, who has bowled well during his first spell of 5 overs, 1 for 19 with 1 maiden. Shaw is on 57 from 85, Fellows 11 from 24. Das 2 overs for 5, Nabi 1 for 19.
No, sorry.
Oh.
Yes, it is Nabi. It was just. It was. No, it isn't. It is Wimmer Pereira.
Right. Well, there we are.
Sorry.
No. I
Was Wimmer and Nabi warming up together?
Indeed. And that's 1 run for Louis Shaw. Out to square leg, taking Bristol on to 148. With 65 deliveries left remaining of this innings.
So Wimmer will tell you that he started as a right-arm bowler, and his father told him that he wouldn't get anywhere as a right-arm bowler in Sri Lanka, become a left-arm bowler, and he is now. Oh, and that's in the air, but it's
4 runs.
gone through for 4 runs.
Definitely worth a replay on that one, I think, to see what happened. So that does bring the 150 up for Bristol, though. 152 for 6. So we've got a replay on the screen now for you. And here he comes. Let's see what happens here. Well, that was high, and that was off the edge.
Richie Cave has moved a bit finer now, but sod's law, it will go somewhere else. Ooh, and that was in the air slightly as well. We are getting to that stage of the game now,
Yes,
where a few more risks will probably be taken.
absolutely. And so Bristol on 152 for 6. Looking to accelerate a bit. The run rate for the innings is still below 4 and over. But again, it's a balance, isn't it? Same between risk and reward, because you've got to bat out those 10.5 remaining overs if you can. But with only 4 wickets in hand, you've got to be careful. But these are experienced cricketers at the crease. They know the odds.
For those that haven't heard this year, I've been told that now it is winning team gets 20 points, losing team gets batting and bowling points. So the maximum you can get in a game is 20 points.
Absolutely, and in the very unlikely event of a tie, it's 15 points each with no batting or bowling points.
Thank you for that. I didn't know that one.
Well, the only reason I know that is because that was the result our seconds had last weekend.
That's in the air, and it's gone straight to Nabi. He
So
takes the catch.
And that's Fellows out. He scored 15 from his first innings of the season from 28 deliveries. Pardon me. Yes, 28 deliveries. 3 fours, 22 minutes. A useful partnership with Shaw. However, the innings does rather rest on Shaw's shoulders. 58 from 86. We're expecting William Rudge to come to the crease. Former captain of Bristol Cricket Club for many years, ex-Gloucestershire bowler for a period. And here he is.
Another interesting one with the change is I've been told that if the ball hits anyone on the field, on the head, the ball goes dead, and any runs that have been scored up to that point are then void, and it is a legitimate ball, which will bring in an interesting one if you've got an unpopular player on the field.
Well, won't you just? Very experienced cricketer is Will Rudge.
Imagine the scenario. They've run 3 to win the game.
No.
It hits the wicket-keeper's helmet on the return.
No, don't. just don't. Fortunately, all we
And it's
have,
on his head.
and
We
fortunately,
just
though,
have to score
we
it.
just have to score it. I don't have to signal it. I don't have to think about the rules of the game. I just have to do what the umpire tells me. I'm sorry, son. That's how I want it to be. So here comes
Ooh.
Pereira.
Excuse my oohing. That's a dot ball.
I think your oohing was well.
That was a
placed.
play and miss, I would. Well,
Indeed. So that actually completes the over as well. A lively over. Takes the score on to 152 for 7, with Shaw on 58 from 86 deliveries. Rogers just faced his first delivery yet to get off the mark. Pereira now has 3 for 33 from his 7 overs, so he is very much the leading wicket taker of the day, albeit at a cost of 4.7 runs per over. So he is definitely a little bit on the expensive side from the economy, but is doing the damage with the ball. And so here comes Das to continue, and that's a dot ball for Shaw. Bristol's run rate is only 3.8, and with only 3 overs, sorry,
ooh.
I think Shaw hit that in all from my vantage point.
Yeah. There's a reverse sweep attempt. Ooh.
Padded away, but very far down the pitch. So 9.5 overs remaining in the game. Important for Bristol to bat out, but at this rate would only get to around 188. And that's runs for Shaw. That's certainly one. They're going to push for the second, and Shaw is quick between the wickets. So 2 runs out to deep backward point for Shaw. Takes the score on to 154 for 7. Frocester doing quite well with the over rate generally at 2:30, or just approaching it, 2.5 hours in, we're through 40 overs, so that is good going, bearing in mind we're meant to be done by about 3:10, aren't we?
Yep. And is it new for this season where another fielder has to come into the ring for the last, if you're not up
Yes,
to...
that's spot on.
And then if you're really behind, then you get penalty points.
Yes, and I don't know, I mean, I think that's actually quite pragmatic.
Yeah. I agree.
Although I have to say that in last week's game at Potton, that over rate was atrocious in Ireland. So I think they were not only a person inside the ring, but we'll see what happens. It's not. I don't run the league. So 9 overs to come. Bristol on 154 for 7. Shaw is 60 runs from 92 balls. Rudge is just faced the 1 delivery so far. Das is 0 for 7. Pereira 3 for 33. Pereira continues. He's got 3 overs to come.
And we've got 17 viewers. Ooh, excuse my oohing.
And that's definitely a play and a miss from Rudge.
I'll give you a replay of it.
Well, yes. The thing, for those of you who aren't familiar with the layout here at Frocester, the score is very much square on, so we can't see if the ball is moving, and don't expect us to see whether it's in line with the stumps on an LBW
Sorry
decision.
about that, but my replays are a bit short. They're too long for when Ryan's bowling, and ooh.
Big appeal, and
He's given
him.
it.
He's given him.
And that is caught again by the keeper.
And that's his fourth
Fourth.
catch of the day and the fourth wicket also for Pereira. Very much doing the damage here. 4 for 33.
And we've got the replay now. It was a very strong appeal.
It was indeed. And the umpire took his time about it. Rudge does not seem very impressed from his body language, I must say.
No. And going out to bat
Is Tom Probert. So we move on. Bristol 154 for 8 from 41.2 overs. Shaw, the glue that is holding this innings together, with 60 from 92 deliveries. The run rate is 3.7. The question now is whether it is 2 wickets or whether it is Bristol batting this out, and a lot rests on Shaw's shoulders. Having said that, Probert does know how to hit the ball. But Pereira quite clearly is bowling very well, with some pace and a little bit of swing, I fancy.
Yeah. And I think he's hanging it out there a little bit for them.
So, cool heads, good cricket. Let's see what happens now.
Ooh,
And that's
that
a
being
wide. So you were saying before the wicket, it wasn't even the wicket of Rudge, it was the wicket of before that fell with Pereira. He started off as a right arm bowler but converted to left hand, and we have a second wide on the trot. And Bristol, I'm sure, will be grateful for every run and delivery they can get at the moment. Does he bat left-handed as well, Slim, or is he right-hand bat?
Now you're asking. How many? I'm not quite sure how many overs I've watched him.
Fair enough. No, the only reason
I think he does bat right-handed.
Yeah, well, we've got a very similar situation on the Bristol team, although I'm not sure that there was a deliberate intent. But Louis Shaw is a right-hand bat, but he's a left-arm bowler.
Ah,
So
yeah.
that was why I was just thinking, well, have we got the same situation for Frocester as we have for us?
Last week we had one of the players at Bedminster who bowled left and right-handed.
Oh, good grief!
And in the same over.
Well,
depending on whether it was a left-handed batsman or a right-handed batsman.
That is quite the that really is quite the skill. I mean, I am very right-hand dominant, and this is probably too much for viewers. In the last year, I have had some issues with my right arm, and that is a dot ball. And I really have had to learn to become a little bit more, not so much ambidextrous, but just be very conscious of not overdoing it. So I've got no idea how you could just swap between in and over between bowling right and left-handed. That is a great skill set. My goodness. Interesting. Shaw's got his helmet off at the moment. I'm not quite sure what's. Maybe a bit hot.
Ah, it is almost Caribbean or Sri Lankan weather out there.
There is definitely a bit of humidity, and that's the dot ball. We do still have one to come in this over, following the 2 wides.
Yeah.
Feels like quite a long over, really. Pereira 4 for 35, very much the pick of the bowlers, but 8 wides. He is responsible for 80% of the wide deliveries.
And a golf cart goes past on the back of a trailer.
Well, in golf, when you hit the ball, don't you shout 4? Could do with some more of those boundaries if you're Bristol, and that's
That
a dot
had a bit
ball.
of lift there.
That's a dot ball to finish Pereira's 8th over, who is now 4 for 35 from his 8. Bristol on to 156 for 8. There are now 8 overs remaining in the innings. The worm is on the screen for those following the live stream. Shaw is on 60 from 92. Probert is yet to score from his 4. Das continues from the road end. He's on 0 for 7. 8 overs to come. The run rate is 3.7. You'd imagine that at some stage we will see Naish bowl a few more overs. Whether Nabi's going to come back on to close out the innings, I don't know. Whether Das stays on. Captaincy decisions for the captain, and not for me.
Plenty of bowling options. And the first tractor of the day goes past. He's got his sprayer on the back. Good day for spraying, not a lot of wind.
Well, I have rather been waiting for your tractors, so I must say. They, and Shaw manages to get that one past the diving attempt at mid-wicket for a single.
Fielded out in the deep by Harry Senior.
But I mean, that would have been an unbelievable catch. It really wasn't even a half chance, was it? But he was diving to his right. And Probert pushes it away for a dot ball. And we now have some kind of...
Oop, that's out.
Now that time he has hit it to mid-wicket.
Will Naish.
Thank you. It would help if I actually scored that correctly. I shouldn't be talking as much. Mid-wicket, wicket, caught, Naish. So the final bat is Finn Starkey. Probate out for a duck, the third duck of Bristol's innings. So Finn Starkey, the imposing figure, comes to the crease. The score for Bristol is 157 for 9. Shaw, the linchpin, 61 from 95 deliveries. Das gets his reward. He's now on 1 for 8, with 1 ball remaining from the 4th over of his spell. There are 7 overs and 1 delivery left in this innings, so the question is how much of that time are Bristol going to bat out? Starkey will want to see off this ball, and then it will be a case of Shaw taking command of the ship. And Das comes in. And that's a little tickle away out to short fine leg for a dot ball, and that ends the over. So that takes us on to 43 overs. Das 1 for 8. Pereira about to come back and bowl his 9th over. 4 for 35 are his figures. 7 overs to come in the innings. Shaw will be on strike. Run through the bowling figures for today. Kilmister is 1 for 34 from 10. Pereira 4 for 35 from 8. Naish 1 for 28 from 6. Ahmadzai 1 for 19 from 5. Cave 1 for 26 from 10, and Das 1 for 8 from 1 for 8 from his 4. And here comes Pereira. And Shaw has smashed that down to cow corner for 4 runs. Taking the score onto 161. There was an attempt-ish.
Naish would have had to
By
have been
Naish
about
at
2
mid-wicket.
feet taller, I think.
To leap for that one, but Shaw has obviously decided that attack is the best form of defence. And now it is all about getting runs on the board, rather than batting out time. And then Shaw has hit that for a further 4. and that goes down to long on. Big hit, so Shaw very much taking command, ruining Pereira's figures. And putting runs on the board for Bristol.
What's the odds on this one being a bit short?
I would have said so, and he's pushed a few of his fielders back as well. So, you know, good adaptation to the new strategy from Shaw, and interesting. But I would have thought that would have been shorter, Slim. I don't know.
Double bluff.
But well played. Good cricket, as they say.
And Wimmer has told me this season he's given up whiskey for the season, which is quite something.
Well, I don't know anything about the sacrifice of that because whiskey and I do not get on, so no. And Shaw has hit that straight to mid-off. Nabby at mid-off. Lovely looking stroke, but nothing doing for the scoreboard.
And I've always... I've just had message back from Dorsey, Ali Bray at our seconds game because he's been watching, but he had to stop for a while because Biscuit has got his 100.
Oh, fantastic. Congratulations.
And he tells us he is watching at Langford at the moment.
Well, we are delighted to have 14 viewers presently. We can see that we've had 95 views in total. We appreciate you spending the time with us on this sunny day, on this Eurovision final day, as I keep mentioning. Well, I'm sure it will be a very popular show at 8 o'clock on BBC One tonight. I am not on commission. The dog is now deciding he wants attention.
Ooh.
And that was an interesting delivery all round.
Was that a bouncer? That was a bouncer.
That was a bouncer. It's a no ball.
No ball.
So it's 1 run and a no ball, which takes the score on to 167. We now have a free hit for Starkey to... Oh, hang on.
Oh, hang on. What? What's he deleting then? Not the free hit or the... Yeah, I have to ask him later. Oh, he is
we've
getting
got
a
free
free hit,
hit.
so I don't know what he was deleting a minute ago.
Well, we've definitely had a no ball because they were
we
free
got a
hit.
free hit. So,
We
and
definitely
we had a run because
they are still, they haven't reversed.
and
so
we're giving you our lowdown on how we come to these conclusions.
yeah, and frankly, Will and
Ooh.
Starkey had a go, but that is nothing from that delivery, that free hit. So that brings to an end an exciting 44th over, which takes the score on to 167 for 9 from 44 overs. Shaw is on 70 from 101 deliveries.
And still on strike, which is crucial.
Indeed. Starkey is yet to score from 2 deliveries. Das, that looks to me to be continuing from the road end. And Pereira's figures now, after that flurry of runs, migrated to 4 for 45, so still very good from an attack perspective, but from an economy perspective it is 5 and over. Shaw has hit that.
They didn't run.
They didn't run. It was a good hit, and it was down to deep mid wicket, but for nothing, because he wants to retain the strike. Sensible cricket from your club captain. Sorry, first 11 captain. He's not actually the club captain. That's Sam Brewer.
And that's coming our way.
And that's 6 runs practically straight down the scorer's throat.
And James Austin did try to get a paddle to get it back in, but it was too far over them. Right. Richie Cave, the old man, some stunning fielding there to save the 4 and actually get Louis off strike.
Yeah, so Shaw's now on 79 from his 108 deliveries. Starkey's only faced 2 deliveries, so let's see what the third has to offer.
I'm not sure whether or not Richie managed to dive into shot for that fielding. Oh,
And
nice
Starkey,
straight, which he'll go for 4. I think
Yes,
maybe Louis has been.
well, for Bristol, it's 4 runs. Runs on the board are as important as keeping your wicket intact at this stage of the game, taking Bristol on to 181 for 9. Shaw is on 79 from 108. Starkey is on 4 from 3. There are 4 overs and 4 balls remaining if Bristol can get to the full 50 overs. The run rate now is at 4 and over, so there has been a small acceleration. Starkey remains on strike. Pereira is now 4 for 50. Pereira steaming in.
Ooh.
And that goes past the outside edge for a dot. Now, as I'm not native to Pounds Close, Poulter's End, how did that name come about, Slim?
Dave Poultney, who farmed up there, stalwart of the club, who died a couple of years back, and so it was only fitting that it be named after him.
Absolutely. Great thing to do. It is wonderful how all clubs, recognise their long-term stalwarts. And Starkey has gone for a nice quick single just to really the silly mid-on rate area there, isn't it, Slim?
It is.
Taking the score to 182.
I think the 4 earlier in the over had pushed the fielders back a bit there.
Yes. So 2 balls to come in this over and indeed in Pereira's spell. Yes, so Shaw is on the is going to be looking at what he can do with this delivery to take the strike. Pereira's final delivery of his spell, final delivery of the over.
And he's
And
caught.
that's the end of the innings.
And Wimmer gets a fifer.
Indeed.
And it was caught by Das.
So, Bristol's innings even concludes. Pereira completes his spell, completes the innings with 5 for 51 from his 10. Louis Shaw is the last man out. 479 from 110 deliveries in 126 minutes. 71 dot balls, 10 fours, and 1 6. Bristol all out for 182. We will now be taking a break, which conventionally between overs is, or between innings rather, is 30 minutes.
I will try and put a highlights package up on the live stream. See how I get on. That was good bowling from Frocester, but until we've seen both sides back.
So if only you could see what was going on in the scorer's commentary box right now. We have all sorts of...
Hello, chaps.
Yeah, I think we're all good at
Sure.
You see, you get all the analysis from the scorers here. You know, scorers, and whilst they're match officials, they're also associated with their team, so they will be partial.
Oh, and that's taken, beautifully taken. Caught by Arnold this morning. Sunny day like today. Ooh. Oh, and that is a wicket. I'm not sure whether it was caught or LBW over here. That'd be a wide ball. See, right, hang on, I might just turn the microphone off for a minute.
could describe as a busy one for sure.
Went quite high, I think, there. Swept, and he's been given LBW. Okay. LBW.
Certainly a look of surprise on Ellison's face about that. And last ball of the over,
nicely
Sean
swept.
that is 4 runs, and that brings up his 50.
Very nearly got some little caves.
10 overs, the maximum per bowler in a full WEPL game. At the moment, he is the only bowler who has not had a break.
And that is a wicket.
That's Panchal out.
Caught by the key arm bowler. And he is now. Oh, and that's in the air, but it's
4 runs.
gone through for 4 runs.
No batting or bowling points.
Thank you for that. I didn't know that one.
Well, the only reason I know that is because that was the result our seconds had last weekend.
That's in the air, and it's gone straight to Nabby. He
So
takes the catch.
And that's Fellows out. He scored.
Sorry about that, but my replays are a bit short. They're too long for when Ryan's bowling, and ooh.
Big appeal, and
And
he's given him.
And that is caught again by the keeper.
And that's his. And we now have some kind of.
Ooh, that's
Now
out.
that time he has
Take
hit it to mid-wickets.
Will Nash.
Thank you. It would help if I actually scored that correctly. I shouldn't be.
Ooh, that's coming our way.
And that's 6 runs, practically straight down the scorer's throat. With this delivery to take the strike. Pereira's final delivery of his spell, final delivery of the over.
And he's
And
caught.
that's the end of the innings.
And Wimmer gets a fifer. And
Indeed.
it was caught by Das.
So, Bristol's innings even concludes. Pereira completes his spell, completes the innings with 5 for 51 from his 10. Louis Shaw is the last man out. 479. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the start of Froster's innings. Will Rudge is about to run in for the first delivery of the second innings to Das, and that is a dot ball. So we've had a good tea here at Frocester. A nice range of sandwiches, crudités, bit of chicken, bit of other salad, a few sausage rolls, pork pie. Very traditional cricket tea, wouldn't you say, Sim?
Yeah, but no sponge cake this week.
Actually, I didn't find anything sweet, so it's a good job the tub of sweets is still here in the score box, or as it more looks, a commentary box these days. Second ball, dot ball, and a John Lewis van at the road end. So somebody's expecting their delivery of never knowingly undersold goods. Don't know if they still use that phrase. So I've had a message during the tea break, and that is a dot ball from a friend of mine who has found the YouTube stream. So he is one of our listeners. At the moment we have 7 on the stream, so I don't know if he's still on there or not, but suggesting that a YouTube commentator this week and Sky Sports next year. So there we are. That's obviously somebody wanting to really take the mickey out of me. So thank you very much, Darren. And that is a streaky hit for 1. So the innings gets off to a start, down to short third man for Das. 1 run scored off Rudge, 4th delivery of the innings.
And for Froster followers, Biscuit Langford got 130 something, and I'm not sure whether he was out. I will check the stats before I give you the full details of the scorecard there, but I think they were about 270 something at tea.
Well, that's a decent individual innings and a decent score, and that's a dot ball well fielded out there by Curtis Heafy. Yes, so yes, a good cricket tea compares with Bristol, where obviously it is now back being a requirement in WEPL that the home team does provide a cricket tea, because of course during the COVID era that was all abolished and we were all having our packed lunches, which was very dull. So we are now back, and we will enjoy this season going around and rating the teas. So we will have the Turco scorecard of teas in Premier 1, I think, this season, and so far Froster is scoring well. Although perhaps not so well in the first over, which is now finished, and it is 1 without loss. And so from the road end we have the expectation that Finn Starkey will be bowling, and that is indeed the case. So Finn Starkey will be coming to deliver a ball to Bikram Kumaras.
And the Froster 2s did get 278 for 5 off their 50 overs, with Biscuit, James Cook getting 130 off 149 balls, and Ali Bray keeps his batting going nicely at 32, and Dan Cave 51 off 24 balls. So a good knock there at Langford.
That is a decent knock, isn't it? And a bit of a shout for not really sure what from the first delivery of the over. And so we move on. So in Premier 1 we have a bit of a around the grounds where, subject to a bit of a connection, so Bishopston got 270 for 6 from their 50 overs, with that now at the break. And that's a wide ball for Finn Starkey, down the leg side a little. In the game, at Pottern. Whilst they were all out after 47.1 overs, they had scored 315 by the time they got there, so that's a decent score this early in the season against Bedminster. In Bath's game against Burbage, Bath scored a colossal 362 all out from 49.4 overs. And in the Bridgewater game against Lansdowne were 240 all out, and that is also at the break. So this is the lowest scoring game of the day so far, so we'll see what that means. But in the meantime, that is another wide. Taking the score here on to 3 without loss. Taking Starkey a moment to find his line. Moving on to the seconds for Bristol, as Starkey comes in, and a bit of a play and a miss there from Dus, but a better line for Starkey nevertheless. So back at Fayland. Bristol were bowled out for 198 from 45.1 overs, and that's another wide delivery for Starkey. And in the same way that the innings here was rather anchored by Louis Shaw, the innings was rather anchored at Fayland by Shaz Mustafa, who scored 83 from 89 deliveries, very much the top score by some margin. Second highest score was Suya Shakan with 30 from 38. Contributions all down the order, but given, and that's another dot ball, given how low and slow it is at the moment at Fayland, it'll be interesting to see how Bristol or Bristolians get on chasing that score. Very much a local derby going on there. Old Bristolians ground is literally just around the corner from Bristol Cricket Club's ground at Fayland, so very close together. And that's gone through the legs of the fielder for 4 runs. So that's 4 runs for Das. Taking the score on to 8. An unusual misfield there from Tom Probert. One of 5 players on the team in white hats. We've got 4 in caps, and we've got 2 without any hat. And that's 1 more for Das. And this over does already feel quite long, but if you have 3 wides, then I suppose, Sim, it's going to.
Yep.
And as I was saying in earlier innings, wides are not the friend in limited overs cricket where you are chasing a relatively low score. So Otwani on strike, and that's through the gap down to 3rd man for 1 run, where Lakhani has fielded that successfully. So that does bring us to the end of the over. It's 10 without loss. The scorers are in agreement. For those of you not familiar with playing cricket, when both scorers are on, you get a message at the end of the over to say whether you've actually done the same thing. So you don't actually need to talk to one another anymore. So that's why we can talk to you on the live stream. And we are back up to 11 people watching us, so hey. And there goes past the waste truck one more time. Very inelegant thing. You wouldn't want that falling on your side screens. Rudge comes up the hill from Poulter's End, and that's been well fielded by Louis Shaw at, I suppose that's backward point. it's Arnold Upwani on strike, who did very well with the number of catches he took behind the stumps in the first innings. Particularly a couple of the early wickets, they were good catches, sharp catches. We like that. Well dug out. Very experienced bowler, Will Rudge. Former club captain, first 11 captain for many years. Perhaps now closer to the end of his career than the start. I don't think that would be too unfair to say that. Although I'm not sure I'd say it to his face. But a stalwart of the club, very experienced cricketer, and good to see him actually bowling with still some pace after various injuries over the years. Reg comes in for his fourth delivery of the over. And another dot ball. Good attendance here at Pounds Close. Lots of people enjoying the sun, enjoying the hospitality from the bar. God, you haven't got a drink there, Slim. What's going on?
Oh, yes, I have.
Oh, he has. Oh, I just didn't
Yes,
see
I
it.
have.
Oh, well.
First beer of the day.
Well, I think if you've waited until 25 to 4 for that, you've done quite well. And another dot. So we've had 5 dots on the spin from Rudge. Making Arnold play at the ball, which is always what we like to see.
Nicely turned off.
Turned away. 1 run there, so that ruins the chance for maiden over just out to square legs. So that's 1 run for Upwani. That brings to the end over. That was fielded by Rishi Panchal. And so, we have a disagreement between the scores. What on earth has happened there? So we're back in the room, folks, and that's a wide delivery from Finn Starkey. This is not going particularly well this over for him, unfortunately, having been hit for 2 fours and a wide. So 3 legal deliveries and 9 runs scored, not what you want in a relatively low scoring game, albeit on the dot ball a little bit of an appeal for not sure what. So we continue here at Pounds Close with Frocester on 20 without loss. Das on 6, Arnold, who is on strike, on 10 from 12 deliveries. And that's a dot ball. So far, Rudge is 0 for 2 from his 2 overs, Starkey is 0 for 18 from 1.4, so Frocester tucking into Starkey a bit. Early days, but and a dot ball straight to Curtis Heafy, gets it back into Halstead Cleek. 5 legal deliveries into this over, so 1 to come. And that's a dot ball to end the over. So scorers are in agreement, which is a good thing. And we continue to have Frocester at 20 without loss from 4 overs. So 5 and over, the required rate is only 3.5. So Frocester getting on with it in this first power play. Not that this game is going to be weather affected, judging by the weather conditions, but Frocester are well ahead of the DLS pass score, which would just be 6 at this stage. So Rudge is about to start the 5th over. Just waiting for some spectators to clear from behind the sight screens. And now he's running in with Das on strike. And a defensive stroke there from Das. Fielded and no runs scored. I am disappointed though, Slim, with the tractor count. What do you think?
Yeah, it is very low for a day like today. There's a lot of catching up to be done.
And that's a stroke. That's 4 runs for Das. All the way down to long off. Good stroke there. First boundary from Rogers bowling. Not really much chance for Lakhani, who's fielding nearest to it, to get anywhere near that. Das hits that just to extra cover where Jack Ellison is fielding. Ellison often seems to be in the relatively close positions. And Das has once again got after that for 4 runs. Taking the score on to 28 without loss from 5 overs. Replay coming up now. Shows slightly wide of off stump from Rudge and dispatched. Dot ball is the follow-up, with Das not having to play at it.
No, chill, Bruce.
And So Darcy's hit that. I think that's going all the way to the boundary. All the way down to long on with another 4 there for Bikram Kumadas. And that brings us to the end of the over. 12 from the over, taking Frocester on to 32 without loss. Darcy scored 18 from 15 balls. Otwani 10 from 15. Rudge is on 0 for 14 from 3, Starkey 0 for 18 from 2. Very good run rate in this first power play of 6.4. The required run rate is only 3.4, so there is a lot of time in the game. But you can't help but think that Bristol need an early breakthrough. Starkey is going to bowl his 3rd over from the road end. Or should we rename it the absent tractor end, or the AO Van Memorial end?
I think we need some sponsorship for them.
Yeah. A camper van has just gone past for anybody interested. But we should be more interested in what's going on the cricket pitch than on the road. But I do always like that pink horse chestnut blossom that you get. As well as the white, but the pink's quite, and that is runs for Otwani, and I think, I don't know if that'll go, I don't think it has gone, that's gone for 4 runs, all the way over to deep mid wicket, taking the score on to 36. Dot ball well fielded by the double act of Heafy and Shaw at point or thereabouts. Starkey comes in, 4th delivery, and a bit of a wafty shot there from Otwani. A definite play and a miss, don't you think, sir?
I think that was a definite play and a miss. A little bit agricultural.
Well,
but if he'd connected, it would have been in the hayfield on the other side.
More agricultural than the number of tractors we've had,
Yeah.
but we must stop going on about tractors. People think I'm fixated. What was that former MP who got rather fixated about tractors? And then had to leave the House of Commons, didn't he?
Did he?
Yes. The MP for Tiverton.
No.
Apparently called up tractor porn in the middle of the House of Commons. I mean, what? I mean, folks, do not Google that at home. I'm not being responsible at all for your for your predilections, and I'm not in any way kink shaming. So you just enjoy whatever it is you enjoy in the privacy of your own home, not in the middle of the House of Commons. Meanwhile, that better not go on the highlights. we'll say that's the end of the over where it's 4 from it, and moving swiftly on, or slowly on if you're a tractor, to 36 without loss from 6 overs. So I think most people will be able to do the maths of that, that's 6 and over, and Frocester do not need 6 and over. For the 12 live stream viewers, we hope that we're not putting you off too much. Rudge is going to continue to bowl the 7th over of the innings. We have Bikram Kumadas on strike, Das is on 18, Otwani's on 14, Rudge is 0 for 14. Even at this early stage of the game, Bristol need a breakthrough to make this competitive. A big appeal there for Bristol. I would have said he hit that.
I think he must have.
We'll look forward to Slim's replay of that.
Well, the boat.
So, for our live stream viewers, here we are. Well, a bit difficult to see from the replay.
From
Rudge comes in and
Beautifully
hits
played.
that between Heafy and Ellison, but that splits them and goes all the way to the boundary down to deep extra cover for 4 runs. One thing which I'm quite surprised by, Slim, is actually the rapidity of the outfield already. Bear in mind how wet this winter's been and the start of the season's been so difficult. You know, already this is quickening up.
Well, we have a river that runs down the outfield there when the drain floods, and they come through for a single.
Bit of a spill there from Heafy in the field. 1-2. Das takes the score on to 41. Dot ball for Otwani. Moving on, we're coming up to the final delivery of the over. Rudge coming in. And slightly in the air, but that has gone out to deep backwards square leg just for 1 run for Otwani to end the over. So 6 runs from the over, and that takes the score on to 42 from 7 overs. So we're still at 6 and over, well ahead of the DLS pass score of 14, although that's going to come into play based on current climatic conditions. Das is on 23 from 18, Otwani 15 from 24. Rudge 0 for 20 from 4, Starkey 0 for 22 from 3. We now have a change of bowling, and this is Tom Probert from the road end. So Louis Shaw, the captain, reacting to the quick start from Frocester by ringing the changes straight away.
As a Bell Jet Ranger goes over now.
Well, there we are. We've now had more helicopters and tractors than
We have. I've got over 1,000 hours on those.
Oh, have you? Sorry, dog, I've just trodden on you. I didn't mean to. So, Probert comes in. And that has gone for 4 off the edge. So that's 4 for Otwani. Down to a very fine 3rd man for 4 runs. We're just watching the replay as we speak. And there we are. Oh yes, well that.
Slightly deliberate. Oh, great
And
stop.
Heafy has. That was not out, but that was a good bit of fielding out of cover from Curtis Heafy, who got the ball quickly back into Nick Halstead-Cleek, who got the bails off, but we have a very good vantage point at square leg, and that was in, but good bit of cricket from the fielder. So there's an argument for saying that in his 2 deliveries, Probert's sort of making things happen, one off the edge and one a sort of quick chance, a good bit of fielding, and then getting it back into the keeper. That's slightly more intense cricket for Bristol, if you're interested in Bristol doing well. If you're not, so be it. And that's a dot ball. although it did look a bit leg side, but I think he got something to it and it went along the floor. Would you agree with that, Sim?
Yeah, unless it brushed his pad or something.
Yeah. Probert comes in, and that's a very forward defensive shot from Das. Very traditional, cultured defensive shot. Probert comes in, and that's straight to Panchal in the field for a dot, and we await the final delivery. And there we are. So that is the end of the over with no runs scored. So 5 from the over, taking Frocester on to 47 from 8 overs so far. Das is on 23 from 22, Otwani 20 from 26, Rudge is 0 for 20 from 4, Probert 0 for 5 from 1, Starkey was 0 for 22 from 3, and we have a second bowling change. This is Rishi Panchal, so we're going to put a bit of spin into the equation.
Oh, how are you?
What was the problem with the
And we've had a bit of a break, ladies and gentlemen, whilst we had visitors to the scorebox, or the commentator's box, or this office, or whatever we want to call this here at Pounds Close.
The media centre.
The media centre.
No, we need a media centre.
I like that. I like that. So we are back at Pounds Close, where Frocester have just actually scored 50, but with 1 wicket down. That is the big development whilst we have been silent. Tom Probert got the breakthrough for Bristol, getting Arnold Otwani caught behind. And now that is going to be at least 2 runs for Das, 2 runs for Das, down to deep fine leg. I think in terms of a competitive situation, Bristol definitely needed the wicket, the breakthrough.
And it's created a change in the field.
Slightly more attacking field already.
No, I think it's taking man from the offside over to the leg side.
Yeah. And that's 1 run for Das. And 2 long off, fielded by Ash Lakhani. Brings Will Naish back on strike. Froster's skipper. And he has been bowled, clean bowled. By Rishi Panchal. Naish out for 2 from 4 balls. And taking a look at the replay right now on your screen. And there was a bit of spin there, I think.
Yeah, I think there was, judging by where he played it.
So, the game changes again. Frocester now 53 for 2. And always quite interesting when a couple of wickets fall. Wickets often fall in pairs, it seems.
Harry Senior.
Thank you. Although he is the junior batsman relative to Das. Shall I get my coat?
Yeah.
My pun's not going to work. So, 53 for 2. Interestingly, DLS is not in the equation for the game, but it is always quite informative about what it looks like. So, bringing Bristol back into the equation, DLS score is only 45 now.
And as a comparison, Bristol were 49 for 3 at this point.
Yeah, so an extra wicket down, and not too many runs behind. So, interesting stuff, but as I kept saying through the first innings, plenty of time in the game. But I actually don't think that batters these days, Slim, are particularly conditioned to batting out time particularly well.
I don't know, but if they do bat out the time, they'll get the runs. So.
Absolutely. And that is the end of the over, where Panchal may have been hit for 4 runs, but he took the wicket of Frocester skipper Will Naish. So the situation in the game is that Frocester are 53 for 2, chasing 183 to win. There are 11 overs gone, so there is plenty of time in the game, and the run rate required is only 3.3. Das has scored 26 from 26. Senior has faced his first delivery, but is yet to get off the mark. The bowlers bowling are Probert, who is about to steam in from the road end for his 3rd over. He is 1 for 6 from 2. Panchal has also bowled 2 overs and is 1 for 5. The 12th over is ready to go. Das is on strike. We're just waiting for the umpire to allow us to get going whilst the last field placements are changed. And in comes Probert.
Nicely played.
And Das hits Probert for 4 through the offside down to long off, taking the score to 57. Very cultured stroke. Here comes the replay. and we'll see this lovely stroke. Diving attempt from Jack Ellison, but it was not to be.
And that might be another 4. That is another 4. Driven straight back down the ground. Dissecting the fielders very nicely.
A vain attempt from Probert to try to stop it, but it was too quick and too far away from him.
Be a leg bar. Ooh.
And a leg bye. Takes the score to 62, brings Senior on strike for his second delivery.
Wickets, and he ended up getting 156.
Very defensive stroke there from Senior to Probert. Very relaxing atmosphere here at Pounds Close. Plenty of spectators enjoying the game. Bit of a play in the miss there from Senior to Probert. Probert's causing more hardship for the right-handers than the left-handed does. As a camper van goes down the road. And that brings to an end the 12th over of Froster's innings. The score is 62 for 2 after 12 overs. Run rate 5.2, required run rate just 3.2. Das is on 34 from 29, Senior is on nothing from 4. Panchal is 1 for 5 from 2 and he's about to start his third over. Probert is 1 for 14 from 3. Earlier in the innings, Rudge is 0 for 20 from 4, Starkey 0 for 22 from 3. The men out are Otwani for 21 from 35 and Naish 2 from 4. Panchal starts. And that is Das caught by Finn Starkey in front of the scorers here at deep cover, I guess. So a big wicket there for Bristol, getting out Bikram Kumadas for 34 from 30 deliveries. Froster now 62 for 3. The new bat is Chris Wincup. So a wicket maiden there for Rishi Panchal, who is very much the pick of Bristol's bowlers at the moment with 2 for 5 from his 3 overs. The position in the game is that Frocester is 62 for 3, chasing 183 to win. Both bats are new bats, and neither of them have scored. Probert is about to come on for his 4th over. He is 1 for 14. The bats out are Das, 34 from 30 balls, Otwani, 21 from 35, Naish, 2 from 4. From a position of 48 without loss to 62 for 3, the game has changed. Probert's over starts with a 0. Of course, Frocester have a lot of time in the game, as this is only over 14. So, cool heads only require another 121 to win. And Senior gets off the mark with a 1 down 2 deep extra cover, where it was fielded by Bristol's overseas player Curtis Heafy, who we did the biography of earlier, and then he managed to get out first ball. So we won't be doing too many other biogs for fear of superstitious outcomes. For those Eurovision fans, we've touched on Eurovision on a couple of occasions. No other countries have yet pulled out. Apparently in the dress rehearsal this afternoon, the French act decided to give a speech about peace rather than singing part of his song. There have been negotiations involving the Irish delegations, the Portuguese delegations, and a couple of others who were all very unhappy about what was going on because of the disqualification of the Dutch entry. There seem to be an awful lot of people who are very upset about Israel, and I'm always told to avoid politics and religion, so good luck with that. Probert comes in, and it's a dot ball. During one of our periods off air, we have actually opened the next bag of pick and mix. This scoring and commentating lark requires energy, you know. The dog was very optimistically wanting some of the sweets, but he's had a chew instead. We're still waiting for our second tractor of the day, or third helicopter. Could do with the sweepstake on which comes first, I think so. I have also managed to see a couple of trains through in the far distance.
Ooh, was in the air.
That was in the air, but it is fielded out to Lakhani, down at deep cover, for 1 run. Chris Wincup gets off the mark, and that brings to an end that over. 2 runs were scored from it. The score now is 64 for 3. Both bats are on 1. Wincup from 9 deliveries, Senior from 6. Panchal, the pick of Bristol's bowlers so far, comes back, and he is on 2 for 5 from 3 overs. Probert's figures are 1 for 16 from 4. Wincup is on strike. The game, as measured by DLS, is finally poised, where the pass score is pretty much where we are at. That is a dot ball. Bristol was 64 for 3 at this point, so it is very finely poised. But as with Bristol, Frocester have plenty of time in the game.
And in theory, know what they need.
Which is always an easier thing to chase. Well, it's often said, isn't it? You know, chasing's easier. And I shouldn't have asked.
But
a
most
question
people
at that
want to
point.
bat.
True. Um, He did it again. Oh. And a catch right in front of the scorebox. Chris Wincup is dispatched.
Aye.
Once again, it is Finn Starkey. So we have wicket. Which will go off. So Frocester at 64 for 4, with the second combination of Panchal and Starkey out at deep mid wicket with a fine catch. Panchal very much the pick of Bristol's bowlers with 3 for 5 from just short of 4 overs. Final delivery. New bat is James Austin. Going for a slightly more attacking field now, Bristol. Putting the pressure on as Frocester falls behind the DLS score for the first time in the game. Panchal definitely making things happen. And Austin faces his first delivery. And
Wide.
it's a wide ball. Going down leg side. And the dot ball finishes the over. Frocester move on to 65 for 4 from their 15 overs. With only 118 to win from 35 overs, the equation for run rate looks very good, but it's going to be a case, as it was for Bristol, of keeping wickets in hand. And having relatively subsided from 48 without loss to 65 for 4, it is now a very different game to how it looked only 7 overs ago. In the meantime, Tom Probert will continue from the road end for his 5th over, but Panchal at 3 for 6 from 4 is definitely doing the damage for Bristol. apologies to anybody watching the live stream. There would have been a little bit of a break owing to a small technical issue here in IT Central, which used to be known as a scorer's box, but now is definitely something out of an IT person's worst nightmare. In the game there was just one run from the last over. Tom Probert bowled. The situation in the game is that Frocester are 66 for 4 from 16 overs, just needing another 117 to win, which is 3.4 and over. Austin has yet to score. Senior is on 2 from 13.
How many? What's this? I'll put the report in.
And let's see if Harry Senior is scoring another one to take him on to 3 runs. Panchal is now 3 for 7 from 4.2, Probert 1 for 17 from 5. Panchal striding in. And Austin is off the mark.
The ball didn't quite go where he was intending.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Cover drive, and it ended up at fine leg.
I think that's an indication that Panchal is finding a little bit of turn. One ball to come in this 5th over of Panchal, so he's almost going to be halfway through his spell with figures of 3 for 8 as things stand. Bristol's field definitely more attacking than it was. And a big appeal there. Umpire rules not out, and that is the end of the over. Frocester move on to 68 for 4. Run rate is 4 and over, 3.5 is what's required, only 115 to win from 33 overs. Austin is on 1 from 2 balls, Senior 3 from 17. Panchal, pick of the bowlers at 3 for 8, Probert 1 for 17. So we've just seen Tom Probert bowl a maiden over. His figure's now 1 for 17 from 6. In the Frocester innings, it's 68 for 4 from 18 overs. 115 left to win at a required run rate of 3.6. Froster's run rate is dropping, it's now only 3.8, but there is still plenty of time in the game. Panchal's about to come on to bowl his 6th over. His figures are 3 for 8. Austin is on 1, Senior is on 3. A lovely day here at Pan's Close. Plenty of people still in attendance, enjoying the sun and the good cricket. And a dot ball for Panchal's first of the over. Three dots so far this over from Panchal, keeping it tight. And a dead ball. People were walking in front of the sight screen. We have a person actually sat on the sight screen, which is not particularly helpful. Quicker ball there from Panchal for his 5th delivery. 1 to come. Scorer and commentator's curse. But not on this occasion. Panchal completes his maiden over. Figures of 3 for 8 from 6. So very economical, quite similar to Richie Cave's spell, albeit with a few more wickets. And Tom Probert will be coming from the road end to bowl his 7th over. We're still waiting for our 2nd tractor or 3rd helicopter. Or the return of the AO van.
Ooh.
And that was definitely a bit of a play and a miss. And ladies and gentlemen, the unthinkable is happening. We can hear our 3rd helicopter of the day.
Mm.
And And we did not expect helicopters to outnumber tractors at the start of the day.
Haven't seen it
No, fair. And that's one run down to third man, where Panchow fields from Probert.
yet. Yeah, doesn't count. Hasn't come into the field of view.
Oh, gosh. I'll need to get a note of these rules. They're probably as long as WEPL's. Probert comes in for his fifth delivery, and that one is definitely quite close to Austin's bat, but not close enough if you want a wicket to fall. That's a wide ball. Down the leg side, automatic wide. And the over is extended by at least one legal delivery.
Cool.
And I think that was very close. So, ladies and gentlemen, the position in the game is, after 20 overs, Frocester have scored 71 for 4. James Austin has scored 2 from 13 balls, and Harry Senior 4 from 24. Panchow is the pick of the Bristol bowlers at 3 for 8 from 6 overs. Tom Probert 1 for 20 from 7. Been a tight period for Bristol. The last 5 overs have only scored 6 runs, and for the first time in the game, Frocester have slipped behind the required run rate with the actual run rate achieved. Panchow continues now his 7th over, and Harry Senior tries to get after Panchow to some extent, and he scores 1 down 2 long on to take the score on to 72. The dot ball with a slight spill from Louis Shaw out at point. Panchow comes in for his 3rd delivery, and that is a dot ball fielded calmly by Curtis Heafy. Is going to be 1 run for James Austin, down to square leg, taking the score on to 73, fielded by the catcher of the day, Finn Starkey. Slightly shorter ball there from Panchow for a dot. Panchow's over comes to a close. He's now bowled 7 overs and his score is 3 for 10. Frocester move on to 73 for 4, requiring just another 110 to win from 29 overs. At a run rate of 3.8 per over, the current run rate is 3.5. Bristol in this stage in their innings were 80 for 4. The DLS pass score is 88. whilst Panchal is having a drink, should be a drinks break in 4 overs. In the meantime, Tom Probert will continue to bowl his 8th over of the innings, with James Austin on strike. And that is a dot ball. Fielded at first slip there by Will Rudge, but it was straight along the ground from James Austin. In our game of helicopter versus tractor, we can hear something going on, but unless we can see it, it doesn't count. They're the rules according to slip.
Correct. I'm sure there are plenty of tractors around, but we've got to be able to see them.
Which is fair enough.
Actually, trains are... you said you've seen 3 trains. Yeah,
I've seen 3 trains. I think trains are in the lead, but I only catch them just fleetingly.
Yeah.
From the pavilion here at Pounds Close, I can just see the train line looking sort of directly through towards the village. And then that is a run.
Ooh.
For James Austin, down to mid-on, but it was
slightly risky.
Slightly risky, well fielded by Miles Cantalina, which takes the score on to 44. Probert comes in, 5th delivery of the over, and that is a dot. Cantalina was actually the pick of the bowlers at the last league game for Bristol against Potter, with figures of 5 for 16, so whether when we get towards the end of Probert's spell or Panchal's spell, whether he will come on. Louis Shaw can bowl. The openers, of course, have plenty of overs left in the tank should they be needed. Final ball of this over.
Nice drive, running on the shot, and they make it.
Yeah, with Finn Starkey fielding at mid-off, and that's 1 run, taking Froster's total onto 75 for 4 at the end of the over. 2 runs from it. Austin on 4 from 20, Senior on 6 from 29. Panchal is 3 for 10 from 7, Probert 1 for 22 from 8. 108 to win from 28 overs remaining. Run rate required is 3.9. Run rate being achieved is 3.4. DLS pass score is 90. Earlier in the innings, Kumar Das scored 34 from 30. Arnold Otwani 21 from 35. Wilnesh 2 from 4, and Crispin Cup 1 from 14. Panchal continues his spell. A little bit of a committee meeting on the pitch. Harry Senior on the strike. So we're in the final over before the drinks break at halfway, and Frocester at 81 for 5, the most recent wicket to fall. It was James Austin caught by William Rudge off the new bowler Louis Shaw, the Bristol captain, who top scored. Frocester at 81 for 5, Lamplu's on 4, Senior's on 7. Panchal, who's bowling at the moment, is on 3 for 12 from 8.5. Louis Shaw's on 1 for 4 from 1. Good stop there from Panchal. Plenty of time in the game for Frocester to get the 102 required, but with 5 down,
Ooh.
and that was a very, very tight chance for Panchal to court and bowl Senior. That would have been big wicket in the context of the game. But for now, this is the final delivery before the drinks break at 25 overs, which is a dot ball. So at halfway, it is the Bon Jovi moment. Panchal has a maiden over. It is 25 overs gone. Frocester is 81 for 5 after 25, chasing 183 to win. ladies and gentlemen, we don't have a tractor, but we have a milk tanker, as Louis Shaw begins the 26th over. And so we've had the first over since the drinks break, just 2 runs from it, bowled by Louis Shaw, 1 run to each bat, moves Lamplugh onto 5 from 9, Senior onto 8 from 41. Panchal is going to bowl his final over of the innings as I see a train through the trees.
They take the lead.
At 3 for 12, Louis Shaw's on 1 for 6 from 2. Harry Senior is on strike.
And he's hauled out straight to...
Archie Fellows caught him at mid-off. So that's the 6th wicket down for Frocester, 83 for 6.
Looks like Langford are chasing well against Froster's 278. Langford are 193 for 2 after 27 overs.
Right, and I thought that was a good score from your 2s, I must say. Whilst we wait for Ryan Kilmister to come to the crease, we shall have a little bit of around the grounds. Bristol Cricket Club's second 11, who scored 198 in their first innings, have Old Bristolians Westbury at 69 for 4 from 22 overs back at our home ground, so OBs have got some work to do there. Looking through the other games in the West of England Premier Division Premier 1, in the game between Taunton St Andrews and Bishopston, Taunton St Andrews at 87 for 3, chasing Bishopston's 270, so probably Bishopston in the pound seat there. Bridgewater 83 for 2, chasing Lansdowne's 240. Pottern have Bedminster at 162 for 3 from 24, chasing 315, so if Bedminster keep wickets in hand, then they will be doing very well. Kilmister's just faced his first delivery, which seemed to cause much mirth in the field, but it was just a dot ball. And Burbage are not doing too well against Bath, they're 79 for 4, chasing 362. Big shout for LBW here, not out given by the umpires. Very difficult to judge from where the scorers are at square leg what happened. And the position here at Pounds Close is Frocester at 83 for 6, chasing 183 to win. Panchal has 2 balls left of his spell. his figures now are a very creditable 4 for 12 from 9.4. Panchal has one more delivery left of his spell. And here it comes, and that is a dot ball, so Panchal finishes with a wicket maiden. And final figures of 4 for 12 from 10 overs, which I think is pretty good, Sim.
Yeah, I think that is quite impressive. Even
So the situation in the game is that Frocester are 83 for 6, chasing 183 to win. So 100 is needed from 23 overs. Ordinarily you'd say 4.4 and over is nothing to worry about, but with 6 wickets down, it's going to take somebody to really take the game by the scruff of the neck. Louis Shaw's about to bowl his 3rd over. Lampley's on 5, Kilmister yet to get off the mark. So, back here at Pounds Close, Frocester are 97 for 4 from 29 overs.
No, 97.
94 for 7. Even 94 for 7 from 29 overs, requiring another 89 to win, or Bristol might get 3 wickets, who knows. Cantilena came on and a run out occurred with a bit of sharp fielding from the combination of Panchal and Cantilena to take out Ryan Kilmister at the non-striker's end. Lamplugh is on 16 from 20, having hit a glorious 6 from Louis Shaw in the last over that Shaw bowled. Pereira, who is the new bat, has yet to come in. Cantilena is 0 for 4 from 1, Shaw 1 for 13 from 3.1. Earlier in the game, Das was 34 from 30, Otwani 21 from 35. We have runs now
Great stop.
for Pereira, but just the one after a good bit of fielding from one of the Bristol players in a white floppy hat. Which, by a process of deduction, is Archie Fellows. Shaw is about to come in for his 4th delivery of this over.
Not sure. Ooh, one run.
One for Lamplugh. Pereira takes a strike. Shaw running it. And that's runs for Pereira, definitely 1, possibly Camus returning for the 2nd. A bit of fielding there between Finn Starkey and Curtis Heafy. Final ball now of Shaw's over. Quicker ball, dot ball to finish the over. Frocester stands at 98 for 7 from 30 overs. So 20 overs to come and only 85 runs required, or 3 wickets for Bristol. Lamplugh is on 17 from 21, Pereira 3 from 5. Cantilena is about to come on to bowl his 2nd over, he is 0 for 4, Shaw is 1 for 17. And another wicket has fallen at Pounds Close. This time Ryan Lamplugh is caught by Ash Lakhani off the bowling of Miles Cantilena. That makes Frocester 102 for 8, chasing 183 to win. New bat coming out to the crease is Richie Cave. Bristol have certainly exerted the pressure over the last 20 overs. The first wicket did not fall until 48 runs at the end of the 10th over. Fast forward 20 overs, 8 wickets have fallen and only another 54 runs have been added. Cave faces his first delivery. A very large appeal. Yes, it sounded as if it hit the bat from the square leg.
And went a very long way from the pad. But may have hit the pad first, I suppose.
And that's going to be Cave off the mark with 1 run, fielded by Tom Probert down at mid-on. Takes the score on to 103 for 8. Final ball of Cantilena's over, and Pereira has hit that for 1. Oh, and it's a direct hit. A direct hit.
So no.
We need a decision review system, Slim.
Yeah.
That was an absolutely stunner of a direct hit, but not out. 1 run scored by Pereira. A busy 1, I think we'll call that.
I think it was lucky it was Richie Cave running to that end.
So that brings to an end the 31st over with Frocester on 104 for 8. Cantilena's figures are 1 for 10, Shaw's 1 for 17, Cave is on 1, Pereira is on 4. Louis Shaw's going to bowl the 32nd over. And it's fair to say that everything is going on at Pounds Close.
And it's going on at Langford as well, because the 2 in batsmen, one on 106 and one on 87, are both out. And it is now I can't see the actual score, but there are 4 down now. That was a dot here, I think.
I'm going for a dot as well.
I'll try and get you the score, but
And that's 1 from Pereira.
yeah, I would know where to set the field to Wimmer. Does tend to play straight.
Interesting game going on for our seconds. Old Bristolian Westbury are 96 for 4 after 27 overs, chasing 199 to win. So that game is very much in the balance, with a further dot ball here at Pounds Close. Frocester 105 for 8, chasing 183 to win.
Oh, and that snuck away, and I think it might.
And that has
will
gone
make
for
it
4
4
runs.
runs. So the older heads are out there now, with Wimmer and Ritchie. And with a good straight bat there.
Oh, not out. White ball.
White ball.
One to come for sure following that on legal delivery, and another good forward defensive from Richie Cave to finish out the over. 6 runs from it, moves Frocester on to 110 for 8. Cave is on 5, Pereira is also on 5. Cantilina 1 for 10 from 2, Shaw 1 for 23 from 5. Frocester require 73 to win from 18 overs, so plenty of time in the game, but it is whether or not 2 wickets are going to fall. Cantilina now coming in to start the 33rd over.
Mighty shot by Wimmer to cow corner, just clearing the fielder and the boundary. I'd say the longest. Must be, well, how was that? Yeah,
Wide
I was
ball.
going to say that would be a wide, unless he hit it, in which case it would be. Upish, but played out.
And 1 run for Wimmer, so it's all going on this over. We've got a 6, a wide and a 1, and it's only going to be the 3rd legal delivery. Wimmer and Cave trying to put some pressure on here. And that's a relatively tame dot. That's 1 for Cave, out to deep point.
I've got one more ball.
And both scorers say that we are missing a delivery, so we better just end the over. Oh well, yes, it's fine.
And why have we got?
No, I've just put in an extra
you
dot.
put it. Alright, okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm just not. Well, actually, no, I've got to undo that, haven't I? Because
Cave's on strike.
yeah, I've got Cave on strike.
Yeah.
That's fine. Oh, Cave has scored 4.
Through the slips.
Yep.
Through the slip. Mind you, good would have been a good take. I really don't understand.
So Frocester requires 60 to win. Plenty of time in the game. Cool heads win the game. We'll see what happens.
They're 5 down at Langford now. Oh, don't get run out. Excuse my. Dot ball?
Yeah.
Ooh. Ben Spivey is in the wickets at Langford. He's got 3. I'm not sure they've even played their trump card. Oh yes, they have. Dorsey has bowled 3 overs for 34 without a wicket.
Back here, the score's 123 for 8. Cave is on 10, Pereira is on 12. Cantilena is on 1 for 19 from 3, Shaw 1 for 27 from 6. Frocester needs 60 to win from 16 overs. Pereira's on strike, waiting for Cantilena to start the over. So Frocester move on to 131 for 8, 52 required to win from the remaining 15 overs. That feels a little bit academic at this stage. It's going to be whether Frocester gets the runs or Bristol gets the wickets. Cave is on 11 from 17, Pereira 14 from 15. We now have a change in bowling from the road end where Finn Starkey, the opener, is coming back on.
And Wimmer is asking for a helmet, wisely.
That means Shaw, who has 1 for 27 from 6, is off. At the other end, Cantilena, who is 1 for 27 from 4. And we'll see if this ends up being a double change. Earlier in the day, Das scored 34, Otwani 21, Naish 2, Senior 8, Wincup 1, Austin 5, Lampley 21 and Kilminster did not get off the mark. There have been 14 extras. The pick of the bowlers for Bristol, Rishi Panchal 4 for 12 from his 10 overs. By comparison, Bristol were 136 for 6 in their innings. DLS pass score is 163. Starkey is running in to Rimmer. And 1 run is scored. Jack Ellison, the fielder. Richie Cave comes on strike. 51 to win. 1 for Cave. Takes the score to 133, 50 to win. And 1 for Pereira. Out into the covers. Commentary box window obscured by 2 people. As Starkey comes in, and 1 is scored by Cave. Makes it 4 singles in a row. And a dot ball. And another dot ball fielded by Will Rudge brings to the end the 36th over. The score is 135 for 8. Frocester chasing 183 to win, so 48 required to win from the remaining 14 overs. Cave is on 13 from 19, Pereira 16 from 19, Cantilena 1 for 27, Starkey 0 for 26. From the top end, it looks as if there is going to be a change of bowling, and it looks as if Louis Shaw has swapped ends in place of Cantilena. So Louis Shaw to bowl the 37th over of the game. Richie Cave on strike. Four from Louis Shaw's over, taking Froster's score to 139 for 8. 44 required to win in 13 overs. Cave moves on to 17 from 25, Pereira 16 from 19, Shaw 1 for 31, Starkey 0 for 26. Good partnership this for Frocester. 37 runs so far. Starkey now running in, Pereira on strike. dot ball. By comparison, at this exact same stage, Bristol were also 139, but only 6 down.
Shot for 1.
Nice shot out to deep point by WEPL Prem. Takes the score on to 140 with Richie Cave coming to strike.
Sit down, brew.
So at the end of that over from Finn Starkey, Frocester move on to 145 8. Cave is on 18 from 27 deliveries. Pereira 21 from 23. Louis Shaw is coming on to bowl his 8th over. He is 1 for 31. Starkey from the other end is 0 for 32 from 5. 38 to win from 12 overs. So the run rate is not the issue, it's whether there are enough wickets in hand.
Calcut. It's just starting to put a little bit of pressure on the bowling side because of the runs.
Sure. Useful time for a maiden over.
It is. But wickets are the key.
So we've got a change in bowling. Finn Starkey is off, Will Rudge is on. Frocester at 145 for 8. Cave 18 from 33. Pereira 21 from 23. 38 runs required from 11 overs or 2 wickets. If we were speaking in football parlance and we were Sir Alex Ferguson, we might be saying it's squeaky bum time. Rudge coming from the road end to win Pereira. And that's 1 for win Pereira for Rudge, takes the score on to 146 for 8. Cave now on strike, facing his first delivery from Rudge. First came across Will Rudge 27 years ago, when as a 14-year-old third former he rolled over my school first 11 cricket team, took 5 for 30 odd. Admittedly, my school team that year were perhaps somewhat subpar, but for a third former year 9 14-year-old it was still a damn good performance. And of course he went on from there. Yeah, oh, Richie Cave, LBW, Will Rudge, the veteran, takes a wicket to leave Frocester 9 down at 146, chasing 183 to win. Big wicket for Bristol. The partnership which had served Frocester so well for 44 runs comes to an end. Cave is LBW to Rudge for 18 from 36 balls. Ahmad Zai comes in as the final person to bat. Can he see it out with Win Pereira to get to the 183 required, or will Bristol finish this off with one final wicket? The game here at Pounds Close is finally poised. You are welcome to come down and join us to catch the last bit of today's action, or as the number of viewers on our stream goes up, quite clearly we are getting towards the denouement of this epic fixture between Bristol and Frocester. Frocester 146 for 9 from 39.5 overs, requiring 183 to win. Ahmad Zai, the new bat, on strike. Win Pereira, who is on 22 from 25 balls, off strike. Final ball of the over from Rudge. Let's see what happens now.
Oh, there's a tickle.
And immediately Ahmad Zai is off the mark with a 4. That is the end of the over. Frocester are now at 150 for 9. So, Ahmad Zai is on 4, Pereira is on 22. Louis Shaw is about to bowl his 9th over, he is 1 for 31. Will Rudge is now 1 for 25 from 5. earlier in the innings. Rishi Panchal did the damage with 4 for 12 from 10. Top scorer so far is Kumar Das with 34.
Oh, that's safe, I reckon.
And that's 1 run for Wimmer Pereira, but it was aloft, shall we say.
Very aloft.
Takes Frocester on to 151. Ahmadzai comes to the strike for his second ball of his innings. And a dot ball. .32 required from 9 overs and 4 balls. A busy dot ball with Ahmadzai looking for a run, but owing to the fielding of Jack Ellison, it was denied, although it needed a little bit of backing up from
But
Bristol's fielders to support the wicket-keeper. Shaw comes in, and that time that has gone more where Ahmadzai wanted it to go the first time, where it's fielded by Finn Starkey for 1 run from backward square leg, which brings Pereira back to the strike with 2 balls to come in this over. Another busy dot with it coming off Pereira's pads straight to the keeper, who wanted to give it a chance of a stumping. Not out, nothing scored. As you were, 1 ball to come. Shorter ball there from Shaw. Gone out to deep mid wicket for 1 run for Pereira, who at the end of the over will maintain the strike. The score is 153 for 9. Frocester requires 30 runs. There are 9 overs to get them, or Bristol requires 1 wicket. Ahmadzai is on 5 from 4 balls, Pereira 24 from 28. Shaw is 1 for 34 from 9. Rudge, who is about to bowl his 6th over, is 1 for 25 from 5. Will Rudge comes in to start the 42nd over from the road end. And that is
1 run.
1 run. Out to deep point for Pereira. Brings Ahmadzai onto strike. And for a dot. Not quite sure what position you call Cantilena. He's sort of a short 3rd man, isn't he? He's not quite a fly slip, it's a bit too deep for that. Rudge comes in, 3rd delivery of the over. And dot. Frocester requires 29 to win from 8.5 overs. Bristol 1 wicket. It's tense here at Pounds Close.
Ooh.
That was a chance for Jack Ellison. I'll have a look at the replay on that one, I think.
I think it was. think it dropped short. But it definitely dropped short.
Well, yes. No, I don't know if you've got the camera on that, but and that's a quick one for Ahmadzai. There's a little bit of a misfield, but nothing comes of it.
Did hit, Wimmer would have been in trouble, I think.
Yes. Frocester moves on to 155 for 9. One delivery to come of this 42nd over. Ahmadzai on 6, Pereira on 25. Pereira on strike for the final delivery of the over. Oh, hello.
Bruce, come back here. Come on, sorry. Come on, come back here. Come on, sorry. Bruce has decided it's time to finish. But
well, I'm happy with Bruce's decision.
Oh.
And what?
No, nearly. Dot ball.
So a dot ball, and Frocester are 155 for 9. From 42 overs, there are 8 overs remaining. Will Frocester get 28 runs, or will Bristol get 1 wicket? There's only one way to find out. Stay tuned. Ahmadzai is on 6 from 8 balls, Pereira 25 from 30. Shaw is going to bowl his final over of his 10. He is 1 for 34 from 9. Rudge 1 for 27.
156 for 8, Bristol was.
Yeah.
1 wicket.
And that is a dot ball for Ahmadzai to Shaw. Ah! We have a tractor!
No, it's a sprayer.
Oh, right.
It's
well,
a type of tractor.
it's
farm machinery.
heck.
Oh, great sweep shot, but straight to
to
the
the
field.
fielder for nothing. Fuller delivery there from Shaw. Ahmadzai almost got hold of it, but he didn't quite, and the fielder stopped it, and it was busy dot ball. And there is a further dot ball. Shaw has 2 balls left of his spell. Can he get the final wicket, or will Ahmadzai see him off?
Ooh.
And that was a bit of a chance, and that is going to be
Beautiful
4
runs.
runs.
24 required.
Frocester move on to 159 for 9. Shaw has 1 delivery left in his spell. Ahmadzai is on strike. And we are just having a short delay whilst Ahmadzai.
Keep walking, Nation.
And that's the one. And a shorter delivery out to Rishi Panchal. So that finishes Louis Shaw's spell with 1 for 38 from 10. Did I say Louis Walsh? Well, maybe this is the X factor, eh? So, at the end of the 43rd over, there are 7 overs to go. Frocester need 24, Bristol need 1 wicket. It's 159 for 9. Ahmadzai is on 10 from 14, Pereira 25 from 30. Shaw has just finished his spell of 1 for 38 from 10. Rudge, who is potentially bowling,
Yeah.
is 1 for 27 from 6. Rudge is now giving his hat to the umpire. Frocester required just 24, Bristol 1 wicket. Batters 9 and 11 at the crease. Alistair Cleek standing up to Rudge. And that's 1 run for Pereira. 23 to win. Wide ball.
$22 to win, 21 for a tie.
Well, as I think we talked about earlier, a tie is 15 points apiece in the league this season, so we'll see what happens.
Ooh.
Frocester 161 for 9.
We're up to 21 viewers.
Oh, we're pulling them in. We're a rating smash them. What are we going to do?
It's the Indian betting leagues. The odds have got high enough now.
Oh gosh, we'll get the market open, and that's...
Oh, don't run yourselves out, boys.
It's a busy dot for Ahmed Zai. And that's a run for Ahmed Zai. They're coming back for the second. That's well run. 2 runs to deep backward square for Ahmed Zai.
Women's getting warm.
20 runs to win, or 1 wicket from 6.2 overs.
Tickle.
And that's 1 more to Ahmed Zai. So that means that Pereira is on strike for the final delivery of the over. Frocester 164 for 9, 19 required to win. Oh, yeah, one more.
Yeah,
Yeah.
1 to come. I thought he was going to call in.
Umpire's asking for scorer's assistance. And that's 1 run for Pereira. Fielded at deep square leg by Finn Stark. He takes the score on to 165 for 9. 6 off the over. And we have a new bowler at this end, and it looks as if it is going to be Cantalina coming back on. Frocester 165 for 9, 18 to win from the last 6 overs, or 1 wicket. Ahmed Zai on 13 from 18, Pereira 27 from 32. Cantalina's first spell was 1 for 27 from 4. Raj at the top end is 1 for 33 from 7. A bit of a thriller at pounds close. Pereira on strike, Cantalina coming in to deliver now. And a dot ball around the corner. It's a long leg. Cantalina comes in. Slightly in the air.
And a bit of a misfield, but
Just the one run down to deep backward square leg. Takes the score onto 166.
oh, and Langford have lost.
Oh,
All out for 265, chasing 278. Frocester seconds win.
well, congratulations, Frocester seconds. Let's see what happens here.
Ooh.
A big appeal
Big
there for
appeal.
caught behind, but given not out. score to follow up the noisy dot. Frocester 166 for 9, requiring 17. Fuller delivery there from Cantalina, dot not played by the bat, dot ball. And a big shout for a sweep that didn't come off, but umpire is saying not out. And that is the end of the over, just the one from it. The score now is 166 for 9 from 45. Frocester requires 17 from the last 5 overs, or Bristol requires 1 wicket. Ahmadzai is on 13 from 22, Pereira 28 from 34, Cantalina's figures are 1 for 28 from 5, Rudge is 1 for 33, and subject to Rudge taking off his hat, he will continue, but I'm not sure it is going to be him. It may well be Tom Probert, who has 2 overs remaining. They are both in conversation. So I think we might be about to have a change in bowling. We do. It is Tom Probert. Tom Probert's first spell was 1 for 22 from 8 overs and 1 maiden, so economical. Probert is walking back to his marks at the road end. Pereira will be taking the strike. 5 overs to come. All 1 wicket. All 17 runs.
Don't stand there.
Probert comes in, and that's a wide ball. Don't know what we were appealing for there. I mean, it was a wide ball.
Yeah.
Whether it clipped a pad as it went through, I don't
Well,
know.
it won't be a wide if it clipped
Well,
the
no.
pad, would it?
Well, no, I don't know what they thought they heard. So Frocester only requires 16 to win. Dot ball. 29 deliveries left, 1 wicket in hand, 16 runs needed. Probert comes in, and it's a dot ball.
Bruce sits down.
The dog is getting interested. Pereira's hit that, but it is well down to long off and for 1 run. Move Frocester on to 168 for 9, requiring 15. Ahmadzai on strike, facing his first delivery of the innings from Tom Probert. Ahmadzai digs that one out for a dot ball. 2 overs, 2 balls left to come in this over. 15 to win.
It's a hush descends on Frocester.
Well, of course, we're used to that at Clifton College in the close, with a breathless hush in the close tonight. 10 to make and the match to win. A bumping pitch and a blinding light. An hour to play and the last man in. But it's not for the sake of a ribboned coat, nor the selfish hope of a season's fame, but his captain's hand on his shoulder smote. Play up, play up and play the game. And that was a dot and the end of the over. And my apologies to Henry Newbold, Sir Henry Newbold even. So, in this tight game at Pounds Close, Frocester are on 168 for 9, requiring 15 to win from the last 4 overs. Bristol Cricket Club requires 1 wicket to win. Miles Cantillina continues to bowl. Ahmad Zai is on 13 from 25, Wimmer Pereira 29 from 37. Cantillina. 1 run for Pereira brings the total down to 14 required, with Ahmad Zai on strike.
No.
Dot ball. And a wide ball. Just 13 required by Frocester now. And that
Great shot.
is swept.
There's a fielder out there.
There's a fielder
No.
out there.
They're coming back
the
for 2.
second. And not out.
2 runs.
Well, that was exciting. Bristol were convinced that the wicket was theirs, but Ahmad Zai made his ground, albeit at the cost of a pad.
Ooh.
11 required to win from 21 balls, or 1 wicket. This could not get any more tense.
Computer puts comparison not applicable.
Because we only got to the end of 46 overs, didn't we? So that's why there is no longer a comparison. We were back in the hutch, we were eating your tea. I think I was saying something through our innings about the importance of batting out your time.
It is.
So Frocester 172 for 9, requiring 11 more to win, or Bristol requires 1 wicket, with just 3.5 overs remaining. Cantillina comes into Ahmad Zai and for a dot. Definitely an innings of 3 parts. 48 before the first wicket fell, then reduced to 102 for 8, and now only 172 for 9.
Very good.
Final delivery of Cantillina's over awaited. And that is a dot to finish the 47th over. Frocester remain 172 for 9 from 47 overs. 11 runs required from the remaining 3 overs. Cantillina is 1 for 32 from 6. Probert is 1 for 24 from 9, and he is about to come in to bowl the final over of his allotted 10. Ahmad Zai is 15 from 30. Pereira 30 from 38. This partnership is already 26 runs. Pereira is on strike. Bristol had been bowled out by this stage of the innings. It's anyone's game. Probert coming into Pereira. Wide ball. 10 to win. Probert coming in. And
And that's gone for 6.
so moving on to 179. And we have potentially a lost ball.
4 runs to win. Only just become squeaky bum, really. When we went 9 down was squeaky bum from Froster's point of view.
With Pereira's second 6 of his innings, he becomes the top scorer for Frocester.
I think it was going to be, I would have said, the man of the match was dependent on who won, but I think now, with a fifer,
And top scorer, I think it has to be Pereira. Regardless of what happens,
yeah.
frankly.
This the 6s have been to the road end.
So we found the ball. We still looking.
Well, the bowler's got a ball.
Oh, well, whether it's found or whether it's
I think they've decided that they will continue with a replacement ball.
so Probert's coming into Pereira. 4 required to win.
Oh, it's in the air, and that's going to be out.
What? I believe that was Ellison.
Ellison caught
But
it
why are your team? Why is
because they're saying it's a no ball from height.
Okay, what have we just seen? Talk to me.
Well, they think it was a no ball. A beamer, I think.
Right.
But I'm going to. Right, we'll have a look in a minute.
Yes.
They've finished the match, so.
Right.
It's
Well,
irrelevant.
a 3-run win for Bristol.
And it is. Bristol. Oh, that was a no ball. That's going to be controversial.
Sorry, I wasn't. What?
Yeah, I'm going to watch this.
So, ladies and gentlemen on the stream, thank you very much for joining us today, where Bristol have bowled out Frocester for 179, which means Bristol wins by 100 by 3 runs. 3 runs, ladies and gentlemen. Tom Probert getting the final wicket in somewhat controversial style, but you can judge for yourself that from what you saw on the stream. Wilmer Pereira top scores, but was the last man out for 36 from 40 balls. Cantilina finishes 1 for 32, Probert 2 for 31. Earlier in the innings, Rishi Panchal did the damage with 4 for 12 from his 10. Louis Shaw was 1 for 38, Finn Starkey 0 for 32, Will Rudge 1 for 33. An interesting game of cricket.
Sure.
You see, you get all the analysis from the scorers here. You know, scorers, and whilst they're match officials, they're also associated with their team, so they will be partial.
Oh, and that's taken, beautifully taken. Caught by Arnold this morning. Sunny day like today. Oh, and that is a wicket. I'm not sure whether it was caught or LBW over here. That'd be a wide ball. You see. Right, hang on. I might just turn the microphone off for a minute.
Could describe as a busy one for sure.
Went quite high, I think, there. Swept, and he's been given LBW. Okay. LBW.
Certainly a look of surprise on Ellison's face about that. And last ball of the over,
nicely
sure,
swept.
that is 4 runs, and that brings up this 50.
Very nearly got some little caves.
10 overs, the maximum per bowler in a full WEPL game. At the moment, he is the only bowler who has not had a break.
And that is a wicket.
That's Panchal out.
Caught by the key arm bowler. And he is now. Oh, and that's in the air, but it's
4 runs.
gone through for 4 runs.
No batting or bowling points.
Thank you for that. I didn't know that one.
Well, the only reason I know that is because that was the result our seconds had last weekend.
That's in the air, and it's gone straight to Nabby. He
So
takes the catch.
And that's Fellows out. He scored.
Sorry about that, but my replays are a bit short. They're too long for when Ryan's bowling, and ooh.
Big appeal, and
He's
given
given
him.
it.
He's given him.
And that is caught again by the keeper.
And that's his. And we now have some kind of.
Ooh, that's
Now
out.
that time he has
Take
hit it to mid-wicket.
Will Nash.
Thank you. It would help if I actually scored that correctly. I shouldn't be.
And that's coming our way.
And that's 6 runs, practically straight down the scorer's throat. With this delivery to take the strike. Pereira's final delivery of his spell, final delivery of the over.
And he's
And
caught.
that's the end of the innings.
And Wimmer gets a fifer.
Indeed.
And it was caught by Das.
So, Bristol's innings even concludes. Pereira completes his spell, completes the innings with 5 for 51 from his 10. Louis Shaw is the last man out. 479. Even at this early stage of the game, Bristol need a breakthrough to make this competitive. big appeal there for Bristol. I would have said he hit that. Will Naish back on strike, Froster's skipper. And he has been bowled, clean bowled. Panchal starts. And that is thus caught by Finn Starkey in front of the scorers here at deep. And a catch right in front of the scorebox. Chris Wincup is dispatched.
Aye.
Plenty of time in the game for Frocester to get the 102 required, but with 5 down.
Ooh.
And that was a very, very tight chance for Panchal to call. Yeah, oh, Richie Cave, LBW, Will Roach, the veteran, takes a wicket to leave Frocester 9 down. Who is on 22 from 25 balls, off strike. Final ball of the over from Rudge. Let's see what happens now.
Oh, there's a tickle.
And immediately, Bristol 1 wicket. It's tense here at Pounds Close.
Ooh.
That was a chance for Jack Ellison.
5, chasing 278. Frocester seconds win.
Oh, congratulations, Frocester seconds. Let's see what happens here.
Ooh.
A big appeal
Big
there
appeal.
for and that
Great shot.
is swept.
There's a fielder out there.
There's a fielder
No.
out there.
They're coming back for 2.
second. And not out.
2 runs.
Probert coming in. And
Oh. And that's gone for 6.
Pereira, 4 required to win.
Oh, it's in the air, and that's going to be out.
believe that was Ellison.
Ellison caught
But
it.
why are your team? Why is
Because they're saying it's a no ball from behind.